Uh, Good morning and Namo Buddhaya. Welcome back to the second day's session. I am sure you would have rested a little bit yesterday. We tried to make the first day's activity little relaxed, I would say. We were initially planning to have one more panel discussion yesterday, but we decided not to do that because many of you have come from different parts of the world. But indeed, it's a very heartening feeling for us to have the blessings of all the Sangha heads, all the venerable monks and nuns. I would say the blessings of all the academicians and scholars who have spent a lot of years of work in the academic field focusing on the Buddha's teachings. Our friends from the media also have been very patient, and I noticed today morning that there has been extensive coverage in the media, in the Indian media, across the board, in the print media as well as the electronic media. And both our honorable ministers who were present here yesterday during the opening ceremony are quite happy about the coverage, as the statements made by them have been given a lot of limelight in the context of our conference. I also noticed there was a coverage in a Vietnam daily about yesterday's event, in the Sri Lankan media also, and a couple of other countries. So I think everybody across the world over a period of time is getting to know about the relevance of this conference and the message which will come out of this conference. We all know that the world is going through a difficult phase. I think when we say the world is going through a difficult phase, this is a very common jargon. It always goes through difficult phase. It went through difficult phase 10 years back, 5 years back, but even now. But now I think we are in a situation where politically and economically things are quite negative, quite bad. Every day you wake up to find new trends, new directions, new dynamics in the political sphere or in the economic sphere. Politics and economics are connected, and in today's world, these are the two elements which drive nations, which drive communities, which drive the existence of the globe, the planet, and humanity. Keeping this in mind, we decided to have two panels yesterday. As you saw, the first panel was actually of politicians, very experienced and skilled bureaucrats stroke politicians who have done a lot of work in their respective fields, in their respective countries, and have emerged as prominent players in today's political world. Likewise, we had a panel of entrepreneurs. Again, all of them come from different fields. All of them have achieved grand success. There were two of them who admitted that they were millionaires. They are millionaires, and they've very frankly narrated their own respective stories about how they have emerged to become prominent financial experts or so-called millionaires, and how the Dhamma or the teachings of the Buddha have helped them in reaching those heights. But they also mentioned that you don't have to be selfish to follow our track or be a devout follower of the Buddha and his norms to become rich or reach that particular pinnacle. But you also have to give back to humanity, to the world, in terms of whatever assistance that you can give, but more crucially, in terms of sharing your own experience your own voice. Sama vacha, in Pali as they say, sharing of true voice, transparent voice. And that is what we aim to do through this conference. So having had two panels, one of entrepreneurs, the other of politicians stroke bureaucrats, today we have a little serious three panels working on education, Sangha dynamics, and Buddha Dhamma and science. Again, these are critical areas. When you talk about science, it's quite surprising that 2,500 years ago, the Buddha who existed, his teachings, the scriptures contain elements which are relevant in today's modern times and are going to be relevant in future times. In the IBC, we have managed to conduct conferences, small panel discussions, which we do on a regular basis on topics like Buddha Dhamma and artificial intelligence, topics like Buddha Dhamma and conflict and peace negotiations, topics like Buddha Dhamma and neurosciences. But when we do these conferences, people who are not associated with Buddha Dhamma so much are quite alarmed about the fact that something which evolved 2,500 years ago has relevance in the context of today's world. And I say that it's going to have more relevance in the coming time. And that is the reason it is critical for us to also convey the good teachings, the message which comes out of conferences like this to the larger community and especially the youngsters, the younger generation. I would also urge all of you, venerable monks and nuns who do interact with the community at large in their respective countries, who attend various conferences, who travel extensively, who convey the Dhamma to the public, as well as erudite academicians and scholars, to go back from this conference carrying some core understanding, some critical values, some notions which can be built upon. I'll give you an example. When we had the Global Buddhist Summit 1 in April 2023, our desire was to bring in people of different background, like we did this time also. We had even engineers and technicians who were well versed with Buddha Dhamma. And we had this gentleman from Malaysia who heard His Holiness the Dalai Lama very painfully say that, I'm worried about the future generation. I'm worried about how the teachings of the Buddha can be made to associate with the youth, with the evolving next generation. And this Malaysian engineer, he went back to Malaysia. That statement of His Holiness struck him and it stayed in his mind. He was so serious, he went back to Malaysia and he worked on an algorithm which he created based on a lot of inputs which he collected from about 500 odd senior Sangha heads from different traditions, different sects, different background. Tremendous research. And he set up this AI chatbot called Norbu, which is on display outside at the exhibition. So one of his, unfortunately he is not well, otherwise he would have been here, but one of his mentors, Brother Lai, I think I would like you to stand up, from Malaysia. He advises him, briefs him on how to proceed on this project. And this is a chatbot which has got complete algorithm based on Buddha's teachings. So if you ask anything, including the fact that I'm facing a very tense situation. Today is going to be a very difficult and challenging day for me. I have a lot of meetings. I don't know how to deal with the situation. So he comes out with teachings of the Buddha which are relevant in the context. And he'll probably tell you that relax, shut your eyes, do anapana for 3 minutes. You know, it's very interesting. And it's a self-teaching kind of a model platform. What we found is that maximum number of questions which are being projected to this chatbot are primarily from younger people. And these are questions which they cannot probably ask their parents. These are questions which they probably cannot ask their friends and colleagues. So they're putting it across to this particular chatbot and they're trying to get a response based on Buddha Dhamma and Buddha's teachings. So this is just an example that how our Global Buddhist Summit 1 delivered a beautiful model, a chatbot which is now helping the global community. I say the global community because he's got it in several languages, right from Hindi, Bengali, Assamese, Tibetan, Chinese, Korean. He's just going across, covering as many languages as possible so that as many people can. I think I'll quickly, if you can, just for the sake of our audience here, I'll ask the technical team just to show a little bit of the display of the chatbot. In the meanwhile, as they do this, as I was saying, that we would want you to also think. This is where it is. Now this is the question he's asking, we are asking, why Buddha Dhamma is important in this world. Now he clicks. He's thinking. Deep thinking. Can you roll up? He always advises you that I'm not the guru, I'm not the expert, so also do a back check if you want. So these are things, which even youngsters are getting to read in the process of seeking some solution to their problems. So even if, and it's in simple language. So the Gurujis, the venerables, of course, are into deep philosophy, and that is a different level entirely, which cannot be reached so easily by a lay person. This is primarily for a lay individual. He says a simple way to begin today: keep one precept you are shaky on more carefully this week. Sit 10 minutes daily, observe the breath, gently note, knowing when distracted, and return. Offer one deliberate act of kindness without expecting return. He can sort of go on like this. So this is just an example, and I would request that take this particular conference as a solid platform to gain knowledge, experience, etc., and go back with ideas like this. Creative ideas, something which you can donate to humanity. I'll request now if you see in that particular, you see about a year after he created this platform, he came back to us. We were having an event in Sarna at that time. And he said that, I want to dedicate this to IBC. Because it is during IBC's Global Buddhist Summit that I picked up the, the initiation and the encouragement. So we agreed, and that's why you find that, our logo is also there on this particular chatbot. So I'll request the co-founder of Norbu, who's present here. Please, sir. So he's among us. But the main gentleman, unfortunately, could not make it as he's unwell. But we also feel that if there are some ideas which you can contribute towards this chatbot, please let us know for improving. So that this is one good work which we are trying to do using the electronic means to spread the message of the Buddha across the world. I'll end here. Thank you very much. And let's have a wonderful 3 sessions today. I'm sure you will pick up a lot. We have some very erudite speakers, especially on neurosciences. We have some brilliant practitioners. You will also get to hear some interesting people in the Sangha Dynamic platform, as well as the other panel on education. Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you very much, Abhijit Haldarji, for your opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware, for our first Global Buddhist Summit, we were fortunate enough to receive the congratulatory message from His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. This time also, His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama has blessed us with his congratulatory message for the success of the second Global Buddhist Summit. I will request the Secretary General IBC, Shatse Khensur Rinpoche Jangchip Joyden, to please come on a stage and read out this message for the audience for you. Honorable Secretary General.
Good morning to all. The message that we have received from His Holiness the Dalai Lama is like this. The message. I extend my warm greetings to all participants of the second Global Buddhist Summit 2026 with distinguished delegates from many parts of the world. As you are aware, I have long been committed to fostering closer relationship with our Buddhist spiritual brothers and sisters, particularly in Asia. And I am grateful for the many opportunities I have had over the years to meet with them. Earlier this month, I was pleased to meet monks and spiritual brothers from 6 Asian countries participating in the Pali and Sanskrit International Bhikkhu Exchange Program. Such regular exchanges are truly heartening, and I offer my deep appreciation to both the participants and the organizers of their efforts, for their efforts. Today, we are seeing a growing interest among many people in Buddhist principles and within Asian themselves, as it forms an important part of their cultural heritage. Scientists too are increasingly interested in Buddhist philosophy, particularly its insights into the nature of mind and emotions. Across the world, humanity faces serious global challenges: conflict, inequality, environmental degradation, and rising mental stress. These problems cannot be resolved through technology or material progress alone. They require the cultivation of a good heart. Compassion and kindness are not luxuries, but essential for human survival. This understanding is not confined to religious belief and is supported by common sense, shared human experience, and scientific insight. When we recognize that everyone seeks happiness and wishes to avoid suffering, a natural sense of closeness and responsibility towards others arises. This sense of universal responsibility is especially vital in our increasingly interdependent world. Lasting peace must begin with the individual. Inner peace develops through training the mind, reducing destructive emotions such as anger and fear, and cultivating patience, contentment, and self-discipline. Wisdom, particularly an understanding of interdependence, helps overcome narrow self-centered thinking and supports loving kindness. In this way, the success of this summit can contribute to building a more peaceful and humane world for the well-being of all. With my prayers and good wishes, signed by Dalai Lama, January 23, 2026. Thank you.
We are grateful to Honorable Secretary General for reading out this message from His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama, ladies and gentlemen. We have also received congratulatory messages for this second Global Buddhist Summit from the President of Jogi Order South Korea and other organizations from different parts of the world. So in a very short time, we would like to present those messages before you. And the representatives of these respective orders will be reading out this message for you. And in this order, I will request first of all the representative of the President of Jogi Order South Korea to come on stage and read out this message for you. They have been kind enough to send their blessings, good wishes, and congratulatory message for this second Global Buddhist Summit, for the success of this summit. So we are grateful to all these organizations, all these orders.
Esteemed Buddhist leaders from around the world and members of the Fourfold Community. First, I would like to sincerely congratulate the convening of the second Global Buddhist Summit. My deepest respects go to the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the International Buddhist Confederation for organizing these meaningful events, as well as the venerable members, masters, and Buddhist scholars who traveled from far and wide to explore and defend the Buddha Dhamma. With the theme of conflict wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence, the summit affirmed Buddhism's role as a treasure trove of wisdom, transcending religious difference to offer practical solutions to the crises facing the world and humanity's future. The Buddha taught the doctrine of dependent origination, awakening us to the interconnectedness of all beings. The conflicts we experience today stem from forgetting this law of independence, which leads to the greed, anger, and ignorance. Therefore, this conference will be a historic turning point, restoring the spirit of the great compassion of coexistence, and shifting the paradigm of human civilization from conflict to harmony. in response to the needs of the modern era, the Joge order of Korean Buddhism is spreading sun meditation, which is involved with the wisdom of Korean Buddhism. Despite material abundance, modern people suffering from inner anxiety and loneliness. The saying goes, all things are created by the mind. So world, peace being with the peace of each individual mind. Sun meditation is a practice that enables one to let go of all discriminating thought and attachment and turn towards one's original face. At the International Sun Meditation Summit held in Seoul last year, we shared the value of meditation with people worldwide and confirmed that sun meditation can heal humanity's spiritual suffering. Sun meditation is indeed the path that leads us to peace of mind by turning our gaze inward to find the inner stillness. We can cultivate the heart of great compassion and empathize with the suffering of others, recognizing global issues as our own. The Joge order of Korean Buddhists will continue collaborating with the global Buddhist community to promote peace of mind and existence for humanity through sun meditation. Respected members of the Fourfold community, the Global Summit is more than just academic exchange. It is gathering where we turn the Dharma, will to overcome the crisis of modern civilization through the Buddha's teachings. May the Dharma discourse we share spreading throughout the world, blossoming into the flower of harmony. Where there is conflict and lightening lamp of the hope, where there is despair, the Joge order of Korean Buddhism is confirmed to working together on the path to creating the Buddha's pure land, where all beings are liberated from suffering to enjoy great freedom. Finally, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude once again to everyone involved in preparing this event. May the Buddha's compassion and blessing fill the entire global village, enable all humanity to enjoy unhindered freedom. Most Venerable Jinu, President of Joge Order of Korean Buddhism. Thank you so much.
We are grateful to the Honorable President of the Jogi Order, South Korea. And now I will request, we have one more message from the Khampa Lama of Garden Monastery, Mongolia. I will request the representative from this monastery to please come on stage to read out this message.
Good morning, everybody. Khampa Lama's message. Congratulatory message. Long ago, the sublime Buddha Dhamma spread to Mongolia from sacred land of India. In this way, India and Mongolia have become spiritual brothers, bound together by these sacred teachings. With deep appreciation, we extend our sincere gratitude to the organizers for convening the second Global Buddhist Summit grounded in the Buddha's compassionate teachings and in our shared values, convictions, and aspirations for world peace and prosperity. As this conference is held under the theme Collective Wisdom, United Voice, and Mutual Coexistence, we convey our heartfelt best wishes for success to all venerable members of the Sangha, distinguished guests and delegates, and the organizers who have gathered with common purpose to strengthen humanity's spiritual well-being, advance progress, and deepen mutual understanding. On behalf of the monks of Confederation Monastery, the Center of Mongolian Buddhist, and Buddhist community of Mongolia, with profound respect, Hisimene Samanamakhan, Saramba, Japsundoshi Dolumrakcha, the abbot of Confederation Monastery, head of the Center of Mongolian Buddhist. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the good wishes we have received from different organizations from the different countries. We have one more congratulatory message from the Minister of Buddha Dhamma and Religious Affairs of Sri Lanka. And I will invite Deputy Secretary General IBC, Damin Baragaji, to come on stage and read out this message for this August gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Most venerable sirs and distinguished Dhamma brothers and sisters. So I'm here to read the message of Honorable Minister of Buddha Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs of Sri Lanka. Message from the Honorable Minister of Buddha Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs of Sri Lanka for 2nd Global Buddhist Summit, GBS 2026, New Delhi. It is with great pleasure that I extend my warm greetings and sincere best wishes to the International Buddhist Confederation IBC and the Ministry of Culture of the Government of India on the occasion of the 2nd Global Buddhist Summit, GBS 2026, scheduled to be held in New Delhi on 24th and 25th January 2026. Organized under the inspiring theme, Collective Wisdom, United Voice, and Mutual Coexistence, this summit assumes special significance at a time when the world is confronted with complex social, ethical, environmental, and spiritual challenges. The timeless teachings of the Buddha, rooted in compassion, wisdom, mindfulness, and peace, continue to provide profound guidance for humanity in navigating these challenges and fostering harmonious coexistence. The Global Buddhist Summit serves as an important international platform that brings together supreme heads of Sanghas, spiritual leaders, eminent scholars, and delegates from around the world to reflect on the contemporary relevance of Buddhist philosophy. Through collective reflection and dialogue, this summit promotes a united global voice for peace, mutual understanding, and sustainable coexistence. Buddhism has over centuries served as a fundamental pillar, strengthening the close relationship between our two countries. Even today, the shared Buddhist heritage of Sri Lanka and India continue to play a vital role in strengthening cultural, religious, and diplomatic relations between our countries. I am confident that the second Global Buddhist Summit will further deepen these age-old ties while contributing meaningfully to the promotion of peace, mutual respect, and harmony at the global level. I commend the International Buddhist Confederation for its continued leadership in advancing global Buddhist cooperation and extend my sincere best wishes for the success of this noble endeavor. May this summit inspire greater unity, compassion, and wisdom among nations and people across the world. May the noble triple gem bless this summit with every success. Signed by Dr. Hiniduma Sunil Senevi, Honorable Minister of Buddha Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Thank you. And also, from Sri Lanka, we have received congratulatory messages from all three Buddhist Nikayas, namely Siam, Amarapura, and Ramanya Nikayas. From Sri Lanka, we have received messages from Asgiriya sect of Siam Nikaya, Most Venerable Dr. Varakagoda Jnanaratana Mahanayaka Thero, and also from Ramanya Mahanikaya, Most Venerable Makulave Vimala Mahanayaka Thero, and from Sri Lanka Amarapura Mahanikaya, Most Venerable Dr. Madambagama Assaji Mahanayaka Thero. So we have received messages from all the three main Nikayas of Sri Lanka to bless the Global Buddhist Summit 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daman Paragaji. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has always been contributing a lot in preserving and promoting the Buddhist Dhamma and the Buddhist values. And also, he is a great support in such activities. For this, the world Buddhist community has a great appreciation for the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And we have also received messages appreciating the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. There are a few messages which we would like to display for you. And I would request the technical team. We have received the message from Thailand, the Most Venerable Ayavangshu. We have received a message from him appreciating Honorable Prime Minister of India for his involvement, his commitment, his support and guidance in such activities. We have also received a message from Russia, the 24th Kamalama Damba Ayushi, appreciating Honorable Prime Minister of India. Then we have a message from Taiwan, from the President of Taiwan Buddhist Association, and we have also a message from the Chief Monk of the African continent, and one message is also, this is one message from Bhikkhuni Sanitini, Indonesia. There are so many messages we have received appreciating Honorable Prime Minister of India for his support, his contribution in promoting and preserving the values, the principles, the message from Buddha Dhamma. So we are grateful, we are thankful to all these dignitaries, associations, venerable monks for their support and their appreciation. Thank you very much. We are grateful to all. Now let's move on to the third session of this summit, the first of today. And the topic of this panel discussion is scientific research, healthcare, medicine, and sustainable living in Buddha Dhamma. This is a very important topic and very useful also for the common people. The eminent panelists in this session are His Excellency Dr. K. Sovarnaratna, Secretary of the State of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Government of Cambodia. Then we have His Eminence Dzongtsar Jamnyang Khyentse Rinpoche, who is founder Siddhartha's Intent Bhutan, and Dr. Ratna Jayohi Kokmano, Medical Advisor, Healthcare and Artificial Intelligence from New York, USA, and Dr. Sanata Mahavitange, Director, Center for Mindfulness-Based Research and Policies, Sri Lanka, and Dr. Vishal Joshi, who is Associate Professor, Universal College of Medical Sciences, Nepal, who is will be moderating this, who is also part of this session. So I will request all of you, all these panelists, to please come on the stage, take your seats, and so that we can start the proceedings of our third session of this summit without any delay. Please, I will request all of you to please come on the stage. In this session, Dr. Vishal Joshi ji, Associate Professor, Universal College of Medical Sciences, Nepal, is also there. And the moderator for this session is Professor Shishir Roy, Visiting Professor at National Institute of Advanced Studies, India. I will request Professor Shishir Roy also to please come on the stage and start the proceedings of this session, which is about the scientific research, healthcare, medicine, and sustainable living in the Buddha Dhamma. So I will request all of you, please put your hands together to welcome the eminent scholars, panelists in this session. And I will request Professor Shishir Roy ji, Visiting Professor at National Institute of Advanced Studies, India, to start the proceedings, please.
Namaste, good morning. It's very chilly morning in Delhi, and I was thinking if I could learn 2 more meditation so that I could avoid this cold. But I met some monks in Ladakh who are practicing 2 more meditation, but I did not succeed. Okay. So, I can remember, Kalama Sutta by Buddha, where he said, don't believe in scriptures or some teachings or some saying unless you can understand yourself with your own consciousness. So, I am a scientist. My main field of interest is foundation of quantum theory and also neuroscience. So, from the scientific perspective, I tried to understand what is the relevance of Buddhist philosophy in modern science itself. And in one of the Life and Mind meeting in Dharamsala, His Holiness Dalai Lama said that if the results of modern science shows that some doctrine in Buddhist philosophy is wrong, we will accept that one. That kind of spirit he has shown, and really I was delighted. I was in that meeting. Now, The problem is the scientists mainly they are looking at the outer world, and in Indian wisdom, from different philosophical schools, they are looking the inner world. They say contemplative practices. But what is this contemplative practices consist of? This consists of not only chanting, japo, or not in meditation practice. And most of the meditation research around the world who are doing, according to our opinion, is not the right way. So, we need kind of insights from the traditional scholars in Buddhist philosophy, how to overcome these kind of shortcomings. So this is a challenge to modern science. And then Dr. Haldar, he was speaking on that they arrange a kind of meeting on artificial intelligence and Buddha Dhamma. In one of our recent meeting in Bangalore, we tried to understand this AI, artificial intelligence, and dharmic views from not only Buddhist side, from other philosophical school too. But we are facing the following issue. As you understand, this artificial intelligence is not ChatGPT, you ask questions and you will get answer. That way, it will obstruct our free thinking. That we are facing. I mean, go to the schools, go to the colleges, they will type it, they will get the answer, so they will lose their thinking process. And to scientists like us, the issue is artificial intelligence is a kind of computational procedure or algorithmic procedure. Now, how the dharmic views can be included in this process of computation? We don't know. I mean, like all the algorithmic process or computation process so far developed in modern science based on European science mainly. I say, why European science? Because the famous physicist Max Born, who is the father of modern quantum theory, he told that the whole progress of modern physics, modern science, is based on European ideas, which is again based on Greek ideas. Now, in that way, whether the whole artificial intelligence or computational process can be built based on dharmic views. This is one of the toughest issues we are facing. If somebody is here, even working in that field, we'd be happy to talk to him. But we don't know the answer. Because the terminology, the methodology, the concepts we are using, they are not always equivalent to the concepts in modern science. And now many youngsters are there. I mean, even the bright young minds who are doing hardcore science in the country, not in the country, the world, they are asking why we will understand the Indic wisdom, especially Buddhist philosophy. Why especially I am telling? Because if you look at the research publications of contemplative practices all over the world, the most of the research papers are published based on Buddhist philosophy. If you ask me why, I don't know the answer. There may be many factors. So, they always ask, sir, I have many students working in different IITs and universities. They are asking that why we will spend our time, valuable time for this. Whether we can get some real insights from Indic wisdom or Buddhist philosophy itself. This is a very hard question. This is a very, very difficult question. Moreover, there are other issues which we discussed. We arranged 4 dialogues in India for the last 6 months on in the approach where Nalanda dialogues came up long before. We invited a panelist of 6 scientists, hardcore scientists, and 6 traditional scholars, including Buddhist scholars. So of course, in many cases, we don't understand each other's language. So we need to construct one lexicon, the technical terms which both of us don't understand, but we need to have a common technical term. And secondly, as I am saying, insights to the scientist from Buddhist philosophy, other way, even the development of science itself, whether it can lead to development or evolutions of Buddhist philosophy. This is another area. Now today we have the panel of various people, and so let me ask the first speaker, Rinpoche, and he had changed the topic of his lecture to sustainability of Buddhism. Is it not? Yeah. No, because one of your, some person attached to you, he claimed to me before the lecture that Rinpoche had changed his title of the lectures. So, yeah, or wherever you feel convenient. Okay. Yeah, you should, or you can come here. Whichever you like.
Maybe I'll just sit here.
Okay.
You will soon find out that the organizers have made mistake for choosing me for this panel. Because scientific research, zero with me. Healthcare, not at all. And medicine. Sustainable living, I'm not the best inspiration for you. I really create a lot of havoc. Perhaps the only reason why I'm here is I'm considered a Buddhist. I look like one, I guess. I should say, I'm not really I don't know whether I'm a follower of the Buddha though. Definitely I'm patriotic towards Buddhism. Is that a good thing from the Dharma point of view? Probably not. As a Buddhist, as a follower of the Buddha, one is not supposed to be patriotic towards anything. But anyway, that's who I am. So I have to say, everything what I will say is going to be a little bit biased because I'm a patriotic Buddhist. For me, Buddhism encompasses everything. It's the epitome of scientific research. I believe that the teaching of the Buddha has been not challenged or disputed thus far, and I don't think anyone would for the years to come, centuries to come. Buddhism definitely is not a faith, it's not a blind belief. It is so not blind that actually Buddhism even deconstruct blind belief in reasoning and rationalism and logic. But Buddhism is pragmatic, and it is very relevant, I believe, and is more relevant today than ever. Technique and the teachings that the Buddha have taught are so advanced for caregiving, especially caring for the mind. Actually, the Indians have been talking about mind for centuries, especially Buddhism. Long before so-called the modern world, progressive world, have paid any attention to mind, Buddhists have not only been caring for the mind, but actually Buddha really talked about what mind is. And regarding the mind, I believe that it is the quintessential teaching of the Buddha, and it has been like that for 2,500 years. For me, the teaching of the Buddha, such as the Four Noble Truths, even the one noble truth, such as the teachings on dukkha, just that alone has everything we need. For something so mundane, such as living free of stress, or good parenting, or living mindful, or dying mindfully, or sustainable living, and all the way to liberate ourselves from the wrath of time and space. Today, the world is dictated by ideologies that believe in duality, right and wrong, moral and immoral. And these people sell or impose their ideas of righteousness. They create ideas of evil. But imagine if we can begin to see the world not through the struggle of good and evil, like how Buddha taught. The world will be different. That's what I believe. Our theme is collective wisdom and united voice and mutual coexistence. But besides being a Buddhist, I'm also a pessimist. I'm a little bit skeptical about how much the Buddhists can really have impact. We Buddhists are so weak. We have been weak for centuries, for a long time. So I really fail to see how the Buddhists can actually, Buddhist voice will be heard and make any difference. According to the Pew Research Center, all major religion has experienced the growth past few decades. Only Buddhism is the one that has declined a lot. In India, the birthplace of Buddhism, less than 1% of the population is Buddhist. Of course, some of you will say, well, who cares, the quantity? Isn't philosophy important? Isn't the path important? Isn't the truth important? Yes, of course. But to make your voice heard, or to make an impact, just having an impressive, logical and scientific is not enough. Buddhism has to become creed, not just a theory. It should become a creed for a significant number of common people. It has to become lived set of principles. It has to become a habit, a tradition, not necessarily something that you articulate. Basically, Buddhism has to go beyond the casual, occasional interest. Only then, I believe, Buddhism can be meaningful. Of course, Buddhism is meaningful for individuals like myself. I'm talking about collectively. I was reading Prime Minister Modi ji's speech, and in it he said, this journey of India is not only about development, but also about change in mindset. He also said that no country can progress without self-confidence. I really aspire that this vision will materialize soon. And I think Buddhism can really help boost the Indian confidence more than anything. Modern Indians have rejected the idea of religion and have strangely forgotten the that the bulk of Indian Dharma lies way behind the limits of English word religion. Modern Europeans, of course, have rejected their religion, and they have really good reasons. But I have a feeling that the Indians, in haste to follow their European models, might have thrown the baby out with the bathwater. Whenever we talk about theories, truth, or philosophy, there is a strange assumption that they should come from Europe or America. Indians are quite quick in quoting Europeans, but forget about quoting Indian thinkers, especially the Buddhist thinkers of the past and the present. The reckless pursuit of ideas like secularism and egalitarianism, if not disrespected, definitely marginalize so-called religion, including Buddhism. Modern people have grown so spellbound by the lofty ideas such as secularism that they have ceased to see any value in wisdom traditions that actually provide a sense of identity and dignity.
Excuse me, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish very soon. As a result, Buddhism in India now amounts to little more than a quest for occasional recreation. I hope that gatherings like this will make Indians see not only that Buddhism is perhaps India's biggest soft power, but it actually is their best gift to the world. But more importantly, it's peerless India's wisdom heritage. Buddhism is peerless India's wisdom heritage for Indians themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinpoche. I have small questions to you. When you say Buddha Dhamma, is it like the cosmic order or rhythm in Rig Veda? You know, there is a concept that always in each stage of creation, that order is being maintained, is preserved. So Dharma in Buddhist context, is it like laws of nature or what kind of thing?
Well, when we talk about order and chaos, already we are talking about the two kinds of distinctions. Buddhists have always been reluctant to talk about the distinctions. So I will have to be really careful answering you.
No, another concept is there like Indra's net, concept of Indra's net.
Right.
So, I mean, to maintaining the coherence of Indra's net, maybe dharma is necessary, or what is that?
Yes, I guess once you dream, and if it is a nightmare, I guess you will want to wake up, right?
Yeah. You know, in science, what they say, why you wake up, they say, I mean, this is from the experimental findings, that when you sleep, then our extracellular space in the brain filled with toxic materials.
Right.
And as soon as the toxic materials get out of, like washing machine, we woke up.
Right.
And we become fresh.
Right.
This is the scientific findings of neuroscientists in USA.
I don't know. I think I will have to agree with that. I think so.
Okay. Okay.
To the certain extent, but not too sure though.
Okay. Thank you once again. Maybe we can go
Thank
to
you.
that. Yeah, our next speaker is, let me see. No, Dr. Jyoti Kakumanu. She is again a scientist and neuroscientist, and she worked in artificial intelligence also. Now I have a simple questions like.
Main is medicine and neuroscience, artificial intelligence, just an energy.
Okay, so even for that, our one of the main problem we are facing from scientific world, how Buddhist concept, or what kind of Buddhist concept are there in understanding medicine from Buddhist perspective? Because say up to this. I mean, I'm a physicist. We know that there is a concept of interconnectedness or mutual coexistence in quantum philosophy, but there is a lot of debate. So, can you identify some kind of concepts in Buddhist paradigm which are used in what you say medicines or your research work? Yeah, please go ahead.
I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, you can go there.
I might require some 12 minutes, 12 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
12 to 15, but
Yeah,
I'll
12
try to.
because you have limitation of time.
Yes, yes, sir. But
So she will present PowerPoint and yeah, I request her to finish it within 12 to 15 minutes. No, you should.
maybe because sometimes if I have to move.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I thank IBC for giving me this honor to stand before you and share whatever little insights that I developed during my 10 to 15 years of work in this kind of area. During a chance encounter with Buddha Dhamma made me understand that there is a lot of medical knowledge and a lot of healing concepts that are embedded within the Buddhist literature. And that's the reason why the Buddha is known as a Mahabhisekko, the great physician. And also, Buddha has got the title Bhaishajya Guru, which means that he himself is a guru to physicians. He's not just a physician, he's a guru to physicians. And it is important that we reposition the Buddha or we re-honor the Buddha and give him the rightful position, the rightful place that he is privileged with. And here, what the aim of this presentation is going to be that I'm going to give a quick glimpse of the medical insights or the medical knowledge that is embedded within the medical literature and how it can be translated into science, how it can be explored by further research, and how it can be applied for enhancing neurology, neurosciences, psychiatry, psychosomatic medicine, general medicine, and apart from conventional medicine, I feel all the traditional medical systems also might have been reshaped already, but still there are more concepts that can be explored and that can be brought out with in collaboration with other institutions, like-minded institutions. A lot of stuff can be looked into, and we can enhance healthcare and wellness and improve the social and societal well-being. This one is to go back. Okay. there is not, I think this is, most of you are well familiar with this. The Buddha, during his very first sermon, the Dharmachakra Pravartana Sutra, he talks about the Four Noble Truths, and he gives a clinical framework to the Four Noble Truths. And this is kind of clinical discussion. This is more or less mirrors clinical discussion that the physicians do in the hospital setting, like what went wrong and why did it go wrong, and can we fix it, and what is the way to fix it. So this mirrors the clinical methodology. And there are three types of suffering in the Buddha Dhamma. The dukkha, that is the gross suffering, which at some point of time, almost all of us will encounter in the form of disease, in the form of separation, death, and many other gross illness, gross kind of suffering. It comes under the umbrella of dukkha. And then there is, according to the Buddha Dhamma, viparinama dukkha, the dukkha that is associated with loss, with aging, and with the change, especially. We do not want the pleasurable circumstances or pleasant circumstances to change, but invariably they do change. So the suffering associated with that change, and then there is what is called the sankhara dukkha, because everything is conditioned, and according to Buddha Dharma, there is nothing that has independent existence which can inherently survive on its own without causes and conditions. So the suffering, largely the primary focus of modern medicine is about the dukkha, the gross suffering that we most of us encounter. But then the viparinama dukkha and the suffering associated with viparinama dukkha and the sankhara dukkha are largely, even to this day, remain unaddressed, because it is about the mental distress that accompanies all three types of suffering. And it is amazing to understand, amazing to know that the Buddha has already clearly stated that the sickness and illness, what we call the sickness and illness, are known as roga, vyadhi, abada in Pali. And there are two kinds of illnesses, like the mental illness, which is called the chetasiko rogo, and the physical illness, kaiko rogo. And then for mental illness, Buddha gives the primary, only one and only cause, that is the mental defilements, and because the root being delusion, the craving and aversion rooted in delusion becomes the primary cause for the mental illness. Whereas for the physical illness, there are 8 categories. I'm telling about categories, and each category can be again can be branched, and it can also be like there are many sub branches. I'm just telling a broad, giving a broad picture. And then the 8 categories based on causal factors of physical illness are disturbances in the imbalance, we may call it metabolism or humoral imbalances. And then there are changes in the climate or seasons, utuparinamaja, and then improper care of the body. For example, it can, if we want to translate into modern science, it can range from cholera to HIV, AIDS, and all that stuff. And then there can be physical problems because of sudden attack, opakamika, and then trauma, injury. All of this can lead to the physical pain. And then the kamma comes the last, the kamma vipakaja. So just an outline of the categories that are mentioned in the Buddha Dhamma. And it is interesting to know, I understand that Pancha Nivarana is mostly used as a concept which the 5 obstacles, these are the 5 hindrances that really act as, that do not allow us to progress in the meditative path, like there are obstacles in the mental evolution, but these are also the same problems that all of us face, and these are also the obstacles in the daily routine. For example, if I am agitated, I may not be able to stand before you. Or if you have something else, some kind of doubt in this kind of summit, you will not be attending. So there are multiple reasons. It's not that this is only for the meditative life or once we renounce or when we want to progress, but these are the day-to-day things that bother us. And the most important thing is these, when the degree and the intensity and the permutations and combinations, suppose Kamachanda comes along with Vichikicha and Vichikicha comes along with Vyapada, it is the mixture and the degree and the intensity that can give rise to the patterns that we recognize today as mood disorders, anxiety neurosis, sorry there is a spelling mistake, cognitive impairment. They all manifest based on the combinations, the intensity and degree of these factors. In fact, here, whatever I have given in the previous slide, depending upon the permutations and combinations, there are several types of mental illnesses, and these are all categories of mental illnesses. For example, Darshana Ummada, that means the person is suffering from hallucinations, and then Krodha Ummada, mania, and then Vyasana Ummada, Moha Ummada, which is kind of a cognitive impairment, kind of Alzheimer's disease, dementias, and Aksha Ummada, that is position-like disorders, kind of hysterical tendencies. So there is so much of medical information that is amazing, and I think psychiatry still can enrich itself by looking into this. And also the interesting thing is that you also know about the canonical figures, the Angulimala, Ajatasatru, Devadatta. They all illustrate a kind of psychopathic tendencies. And the story of Kisa Gautami Patachara, probably you're all aware. And they show the psychotic breakdown with hallucinations and delusions. So there is so much of medicine that is embedded. And there's so much to explore. This is just a glimpse. And then the Buddha also goes on to talk about the category of illnesses. Like in the hospital setting, sometimes we wonder why the patient has passed away, despite, the problem being very simple. And the Buddha gives the reasons. There are 4 kinds of illnesses. There are, like, irrespective of the degree and intensity, some illnesses are spontaneously resolving even without treatment. Some illnesses can be curable only with treatment. Some illnesses are chronic. They are intractable illnesses and they are resistant to conventional intervention. And then there is another kind of illnesses called, this need not be terminal, but even a simple kind of illness can, here the death is imminent. Whatever you do, the death is certain. And especially the Buddhist contemplative practices are especially relevant to chronic and terminal categories, and not only to chronic, but even for, they help in the mental distress associated in the first case, in the second case, third, and also in the terminal cases. I mean, where death is imminent, the mental distress associated with that is the greatest pain. And it is the mind that makes everything. So Buddha directly shoots at the mind. He targets the mind. And this is for the regular people. This is something that the Buddha tells. There are some unavoidable circumstances in our life. For example, it can be some kind of financial collapse, or it can be like sudden news that something went wrong with sudden news that there is a disease that is like, not very much treatable. Some unavoidable external or internal cause that gives us pain. That is, when we have to face adversity, the problem we do is we add more fuel to the fire. And that is like we already one arrow has struck us, and now we will strike ourselves with the second arrow. This is called the Salla Sutta, the two arrow parable. And if you want to know how not to inflict us with the second arrow, that it is very important for us to really understand the Abhidhamma. I know most of the attention is being paid to the Sutta Pitaka, but Abhidhamma has got a lot of medical insights that really can help us to know and understand the mind. The way the mind is dissected in Abhidhamma is like amazing and astonishing. Especially in the Dhamma Sangini, in the Dhamma Sangini, the Buddha classifies consciousness into 89 types, and he classifies the emotional factors or mental states along with the consciousness. I mean, the Chitta Chetasika Dhammas. And then he also talks about the Patana. The nucleus goes to the Buddha, but the later literature is developed by his disciples. In the Patana, the 24 modes of causal relations explain a lot of how the interaction, the mind-body interaction can lead to suffering, and how the understanding of the mind-body connections can lead to even the resolution of the problem. So it is very important that we take these insights, and there is what is called the Puggala Panyati, another book of Abhidhamma. The Abhidhamma has 7 books, and then Puggala Panyati is one of them. And then it classifies individuals into personality types, and then according to the personality type, we can develop relevant treatment approaches. So the Abhidhamma contains largely under-examined medical insights. So we are still awaiting discovery. And
no, that we can do it if the organizer give us more time for other speakers. Right? Because I am bound, my hands are bound.
So that's okay. We can again discuss this. And this is something that I want to give you as an evidence. This is something not that I developed, but it is there in the Buddhist text. This is the Baishajya Manjusha, the casket of medicine, the compendium of medicine. So this is something that largely remains unexamined. And it is very, very important for us if we want to really get to the wellness, the real kind of genuine wellness that is not dependent upon pleasurable external or internal stimuli. Then it is very important for us to look into this Baishajya Manjusha, the casket of medicine. Probably it has shaped the medical systems of India, Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, and other countries, wherever it has spread, the indigenous traditional medical systems. And if modern medicine can see so many parallels, then the practitioners of the traditional systems will see more parallels. And this is a call for collaboration, more exploration, integration, and application of these Buddha's teachings and practices into modern healthcare as I said, for a kind of lasting wellness that goes beyond cure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thought-provoking lecture. But I have some little queries. Okay.
In fact, I just stopped here, sir, because of lack of time.
Yeah.
And I didn't touch upon the neuroscience.
No.
And the psychiatry and all that.
No. The issue is, there is a practice in Tibetan medicine or Ayurveda, Nadi Vigyana.
Yes.
I mean, look at the pulse and they get all the information.
Yes.
Now, as you are acquainted with artificial intelligence, how you incorporate these kind of things in computational program? Okay, you can take. Or you can take this one. Yeah.
Sir, the very first example I give you is all of these slides that I have done, I used artificial intelligence.
No, but how you can include Nadi Vigyan? I mean, kind of intuition, which we don't understand from scientific perspective. That is, I mean, artificial intelligence is a computational tool. All the other scientists they are doing, we are doing this kind of thing.
So what is your precise question, sir?
I mean, if you look at the pulse, what they do.
For example, I am trained in modern medicine. That question should go to Ayurveda physician.
No, because as you are dealing with AI also, so in AI, is there any possibility to include that one?
Still, AI is just an emerging field, sir.
I know it, but
So
any idea,
it will take time, but AI is going to get into that level. It's going to get into that.
Okay,
So
no.
AA is an emerging field. It is now touching the gross diseases and the gross concepts of medical illness, like, for example, the case reports, the diagnosis, the interventions, all of that stuff is what AA is looking into. But now what I'm telling is the AA is touching upon the gross areas of healthcare. But if AA has to probe into the details, the subtler aspects, as you said, the Nadi Shodhana and all that, that's going to take much more time. Just like the mobile phones were started in 1990s, and then later in 2006 and 2008, you're able to get the mobile device into your hand. So similarly, you're going to take another 10 years for this artificial intelligence to look into all these subtler aspects.
No, why I'm asking, because you have training in modern medicine.
Yes, sir.
And you have also some knowledge in Buddhist psychology. Now, whether
yes.
you can give some insights, because we are trying to build such kind of competition.
Definitely, sir. When we team up, definitely I'm going to contribute to that.
And also,
Yes.
people in Ayurveda, another
Yes.
Indian text,
Yes.
they are also
Yes, sir.
trying to characterize all these kind of
Yes,
things.
sir. Definitely, Buddhism has shaped the Indian indigenous system,
And
not only Indian indigenous system, but wherever it has gone, Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, Tibetan medicine, wherever it has shaped.
because you know, in Delhi or Dharamshala, I just forgot it, maybe Geshe Jangchup Choiden can tell us, there was an international meeting between Tibetan medicine practitioner and Ayurvedic practitioner.
Exactly.
And they found 30% overlap between the
Sir,
two systems.
that is very important. No medical system is 100% absolute. So it is very important that we integrate the best of all of the existing medical systems. And this is a call for collaboration. This is a call for opening up of our channels. And this is important for research. And then we extract, we research, and then we integrate for a kind of holistic well-being.
Yeah.
It's not this, just sometimes the disease is not curable. But then we can always, it doesn't mean that the person has to suffer. There is a way to preserve the wellness, and it is by increasing the resilience of the mind.
No, what I wanted to tell you, whether you can make a comparative study also.
Exactly, we can, sir. And for a long time, I have been associated with NIMHANS, Center for Consciousness. So there is right away in India, like NIAS, I understand you are from NIAS, sir. So we can collaborate and we can do more work on this, because these are all unexplored territories, but which are the need of the time.
And we need the wisdom from traditional text.
Yes, sir, of course.
In
Yes,
Buddhism
sir.
and
Yes, sir.
in other
Yes,
texts
sir.
also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We need to team up.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we have, I think you will be the speakers. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, always your thoughts should inspire more rather than your, blah, blah, awards and all kinds of things.
Thank you, Professor. Respected most members of the Sanghas and Sangha leaders, distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, and respected colleagues, as speakers. I am from Cambodia, and I have been fortunate to be involved, to have been involved with IBC right from the beginning, and I was a monk for a long time, for 33 years, and then about 3 years ago, I left my monkhood and joined politics, and was appointed by the government as Secretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, Royal Government of Cambodia, which is equal to, in India you call Minister of State or Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. And my background was as called a dual responsibility as a monk, senior monk, and also academic, as a academia, and was lecturer, professor, and vice chancellor of university for altogether 23 years. So I'm caught like something caught in between, between the old land and the new land. So something you may call no man's land. And just like the crossfire, and I'm in the middle, in the middle. So it's kind of like I don't know where I'm grounded, but given my academic background, I still have the tendency to be an academia rather than a politician. And like to talk to the academic professionals, students, researchers, and so on. Now, without further ado, I was first included in the first panel, and I prepared an article. I was about to speak on how to apply Buddha Dhamma in modern diplomacy, just to connect where I was and where I am. But then the organizer said, and then they are afraid that I may have some argument with another speakers from Thailand. So they switched me to this panel. So I was supposed to speak yesterday morning. So I changed my topic because to shoot the sub-theme, scientific research, medicine, the sustainable living. Then I was thinking, and luckily I sort of like, what's it, digital age, then I should speak something on this. And after all, I was trained in the Buddhist philosophy, psychology, and also in public law, in administration, and my PhD in DU also Buddhist philosophy. So this all aside, after I left monkhood, I received intensive training in digital governance, AI. So I would like to follow up what Professor Sasir Roy spoke already. So I term my new topic as a wandering cloud and the wired world, a Buddhist approach to sustainable living in the digital age. this modern world. Nowadays, as we live in a world of breathtaking connection and equally scary speed, our devices harm us with possibility, linking us across continents, delivering the world's knowledge to at our fingertips. Yet, alongside this wonder, we feel a persistent unease. The drained battery, the frenetic attention. We may be connected to the world, to around the world, yet we may be close enough. We may live close enough. We may not live close enough to our neighbors, our next doors, and even to those who sit next to us in the family. We are more distracted. We are not connected enough. We have more information, yet experience more and more anxiety. We seek sustainability, yet our digital habits fuel consumption and waste. So the quiet question, is all this progress costing us too much? So now I invite you to consider that the wisdom to navigate this digital world, which is not found in any apps, but in the ancient path, the teaching of the Buddha, Buddha Dhamma. At its heart, Buddhism isn't about retreating from the world. It's about seeing it clearly. And it begins with one radical, transformative principle: interdependence. Nothing exists in isolation, said the Buddha. Your smartphone connects you to mines in distant lands, to factories, to data servers, consuming rivers of electricity, to the social fabric of communities oceans away. Buddhism asks us to see this vast web. Sustained living in the digital age starts with this profound recognition. Our digital life is an ecological and ethical act. So the middle way is applied. From doom scrolling to mindful presence, which is connected with Professor Dr. Ratna. So the Buddha's first realization was the middle way. We found that neither total indulgence nor total self-denial led to peace. In the digital world, we see two extremes. One, digital addiction, being always on or with the phone on the hands or with the web, driven by tanha or trishna, craving for the next notification, the next hit of dopamine. And number two, digital asceticism, deleting everything, moving to the woods, presenting technology, resenting technology. So this comes how you conduct your right livelihood, the ethics of the upgrade. In the in the Eightfold Noble Path, we find the right livelihood. Traditionally, this meant not trading in weapons or poison. Today, it means being a conscious consumer in the digital economy. Conscious consumer, I repeat. The portion of our time is planned obsolescence, the pressure to buy a new phone every 12 months, smartphone, or iPhone, sorry to mention the name, is driven by greed, lobha. A Buddhist approach to sustainable tech involves non-attachment, recognizing that the joy of a new gadget is impermanent, anicca. It will fade in weeks, but the environmental cost of that device will last for centuries in a landfill restraint, choosing to repair rather than replace, choosing to buy refurbished, meaning recycling. Compassion, researching the companies we support. Do they treat their factory workers with dignity? Do they take responsibility for their e-waste? When we refuse to be a slave to the upgrade cycle, we practice a form of modern renunciation. We say, I have enough. I brushed out the AI unpredictable effects. Recently, I had the opportunity to discuss with AI scientists and my colleagues about the effects of AI evolution. The greatest threat may not be any particular technical failure scenario, but the collective human failure to take these risks seriously. Soon enough, we are navigating toward what philosopher Nick Bostrom calls a vulnerable world. One where increasingly powerful technologies exist in a civilization that remains politically fragmented, ethically immature, and existentially unprepared. Just imagine, so much has been put into systems, and this kind of system has been increasingly seen out of control. So just imagine that if too much things and the system have been created independently, then years ahead, then maybe run out of control. It can be a very vicious force that human can no longer control, this kind of evolution. So the AI risk landscape is not a fixed map, but a terrain being shaped by our current decisions. Every investment in capitalities, we should make sure have to be proportional investment in safety. Every deployment without adequate testing, every ethical consideration deferred for competitive advantage. These are not neutral and technical choices. And if we have no this ethical deployment, disaster from this may occur. And this is what scientists call the new civilizational crash. And the invisible force which run havoc the world.
Okay,
I finish this by saying that, in conclusion, Buddhist approach to digital sustainability is not about fear. It is about love. It is a love for the planet that makes us want to save its resources. It is a love for ourselves that makes us want to protect our mental peace. We can use the digital world to spread the Dharma with our eyes wide open. We must remember that the screen is a window, not a wall. Buddhism teaches us that sustainability begins in our minds. By cultivating a heart of generosity and a mind of wisdom, our actions naturally become healing for the world. Let us not navigate the digital world with fear, but with wisdom. Let us use these powerful tools not to escape our world, but to protect it, connect it with more deeply, and to awaken ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for raising some important issues. I mean, we cannot throw at this time all the product of digital world or the modern technology. But the main problem, even with artificial intelligence, is the question of measurability. In principle, how we can use the concept of measurability in Buddhist psychology. If we can understand the concept of measurability, then we can use in technology itself. This is a big question. And I mean, some works have been done. The question of measurability in Western psychology. But that should be done more and more in the context of Buddhist psychology. Unless we understand that, how can you include in artificial intelligence? Because this is a computational tools. This is kind of technology. This is a big issue. I mean, our Buddhist scholars here, Buddhist monks are there, who are very expert in Buddhist psychology. They can say that is the understanding of measurability in modern science applicable to measurability in psychological domain? We don't have satisfactory answer. Maybe we need to study and interact more with the Buddhist scholar. So thank you once again to the speaker. Now we have another person. He is from Sri Lanka, and he is Dr. Sanat. He is involved in mindfulness meditation study and also with the students. So you can start.
Thank you very much, Professor Cecil Roy. Venerable Mahasangha, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I have to clarify that I am not a Buddhist scholar, but a born Buddhist and a molecular biologist, molecular scientist, an academic teaching medical students in the University of Sri Jawadhanapura, Sri Lanka. Professor Cecil Roy, don't worry, I'll finish my talk sharp in 8 minutes and will not take even a second. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I thought of a talk from my heart. I'm very happy to sit here in this August gathering. And if I have done something for the world so far, that is nothing because of Venerable Mahasangha and their continuous support, kindness, and compassion towards me to make a better person. So last year I gave a talk at the United Nations Vesak at Vietnam, and that was well received, and as a result of that I have been invited here. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm nothing but the practice of Buddha Dhamma. So I thought of sharing my own personal story. I'm from a deep rural village in Sri Lanka. My childhood has spent in a one-room house, and we were struggling with poverty. And there were some days that even we haven't had any food to eat. And at that time, despite these physical difficulties, there's one particular thing which is really, really disturbing me. That is my mindset. Even if you pause for a second, you may realize that there is an intense, incessant stream of talk in your mind. And probably now you may be thinking that I want to go to the washroom and I can't hold anymore. And when these speeches are going to end. And sometimes you may be thinking about when is the tea break? It's like that mind moves to the future and the past, and it doesn't stay for a moment in the present moment. And this inner chatter was one of the biggest issue for me during my childhood. And I was looking for answers, solutions, and one particular day, Professor Roy, that I've been just passing a temple, and then I heard that the deep, beautiful sound of a gong, like ding, and for a fraction of a second I stopped, and I got dissolved in the present moment, and I started feeling my breath, my pulse, and my posture. And I closed my eyes for a second, and it was just the present moment awareness. And I just opened my eyes, and I saw a beautiful sky in front of me. And I thought, the world is so beautiful with the present moment awareness, without letting your mind go to the past and future, and stay in the present moment. And to cut a long story to a short, as we don't have much time, I encountered a venerable monk, my mentor and my teacher, and the chief abbot of the deep jungle monastery in Sri Lanka, which is called Mithirigala Nissarana Vanaya, most venerable Uduviriagama Dhammajiva Thero. And I have been practicing over 3 decades. Now I'm almost 55. And that practice of 3 decades have transformed me from a child who is born into a poverty-stricken family to an academic who is attached to the largest university in Sri Lanka, and a person who can stand in this type of august gathering. And that is nothing because of my mindfulness practice. So when I was experiencing these exceptional transformations within myself with my daily Dhamma practice, I thought of, why not for those who need support, the cancer patients. Professor Zizir, you know that when a person gets cancer, everything is uncertain, no future, and you don't know what's going to happen, and the suffering is so deep. And that's where the Buddha's word came to my mind, where Buddha uttered, Ekayano magga ayam bhikkhave sattarang visuddhya. That is the one of the greatest discourse by the Buddha of the 4 foundation of mindfulness, where Buddha never told that the suffering cannot be ended. Instead, he presented a tool with which that we can end suffering and the pain. I thought of applying this into my patients who are going through the most deadliest cancer, which is called the colorectal cancer, which is in the lower part of the gastrointestinal tract. 1/3 of these patients die after the surgery. So Professor Roy, what I did was that I developed a simple module for anyone can understand and practice mindfulness, which is based on your day-to-day activities. It's simple. What my basic teaching for them is that whatever you do from the morning till you go to bed, do it mindfully. Let me give one example. Today I was coming to this forum and I was on my escalator and I just observed my breath, and my body had 8 breaths, and I was walking from the escalator to here. I paid full attention to my steps. I walk 152 steps mindfully. And that really helped me to calm down and peace myself. And I developed a 8-week module with all these activities, very simple activities, which any lay person, even irrespective of on a non-Buddhist, can apply. And there were 2 groups of cancer patients. One group practiced mindfulness before the surgery. The other group was standard protocol. And Professor Roy, you know what happened was that generally a cancer patient get into the highest stress just before the surgery. That particular night they can't sleep because sometimes they might die. those who have practiced mindfulness, I could not recognize them from average people. And they were just like average people, smiling and happy because they have accepted what's going to happen. And they were mindful. Instead of that, the controlled people were crying and doing all sort of things with their relatives. Their beds were full of relatives. But the other group, those who have practiced mindfulness, they are alone, they are happy, they are willing to accept anything. And this is the answer to your question, Professor Roy, where can we quantify the power of mindfulness? Yes, I measured, so I'm a molecular biologist. I took the blood samples to the laboratory and I assessed the serum cortisol level, which is an indication of stress. And then I assess so much of other parameters like beta endorphin and all these things with which you can actually, it's a proxy to psychology and with which you can get an idea. Those who have practiced mindfulness, they left the hospital within 2 to 3 days. Their physical fitness is high. And even now we are observing that there are no relapses. Once you get cancer again, there's a likely that it will come. Those who have not practiced mindfulness, there are a lot of complications, a longer stay, and I'm not sure that they will even survive. So, distinguished panel, as a scientist, I really wanted to find the reason. What happens? What made this Buddha Dhamma change in humanity? So again, I went to the advanced laboratory where we have the facility to check the change of the genes. For those who don't know about these things, genes are our blueprints, which determines our hair color, skin color, whether we have our hairs after 50 or not. It does not apply to our marinables. And up to now, the modern science was of the view that this expression of genes cannot be changed. But now the modern scientists are saying that it can be changed by the external factors, which is called epigenetic change. And I'm very happy that I'm sharing this in a very humble way. I'm the first scientist in the world to launch the first international clinical trial to test the effect of mindfulness practice on colorectal outcomes. Thank you so much. With that finding, when I see my patients, those who have practiced mindfulness, their expression of gene has changed. And I have seen in my monasteries, those who practice, Professor Roy, the venerables, even they are at the age of 80, they just look like 50, 40, because that's anti-aging. And because of the time limitations, I'll finish in 1 minute, Professor Roy, but let me tell you the most powerful and impactful in a Buddhism which I found. I think that is, I'm not a Buddhist scholar, let me recollect. That's in the Mahalunka Sutta, where Mahalunka Buddha was a venerable who was an ardent practitioner, and he wanted quick results. He wanted to practice and quick results, and he is agitated. And one day he approached the Buddha and asked that, the Buddha, Venerable sir, I've been practicing so much, but there's nothing so far. And the Buddha was listening carefully and told a simile. This is a very famous simile which is known as hens and her eggs. So Buddha uttered that, Mahalunka Buddha, let's assume there's a hen with some eggs, and the hen's duty is that to sit on them carefully and make them warm carefully and protect them. But she does not wish that this particular day my chick should come out. That particular day should come. Tomorrow they should come out. No. Instead of that, what hen does is that to do the duty, to make the things right. So fulfill the requirement. And then the Buddha uttered, that is how the mindfulness practice works. When you do the needful, when you do the right thing at the right time, the result is inevitable. And thank you so much. I think Venerable Sir, who is sitting there, just mentioned that I'm a skeptic that the future of the Buddhism. Venerable Sir, don't worry. all the Buddhist scientists are behind you. And we will be unearthing all these scientific basis. This belongs to Buddhism. We don't need to reinvent Buddhism. We don't need to do the science to prove meditation. But we want to show it to the world that here is a greater philosophy here. And we need to do. And this second Global Mindfulness Summit with the theme of collective wisdom, united voice, and this coexistence is one of the, like Malankaputta Sutta, is one of the things that fulfills that the 21st century, the mindfulness and the Buddhist philosophy become one of the most important transformable change for human nature. Thank you very much.
So, thank you for new insights in scientific research. Let me add few more. I mean, it may be complementary aspect, or he can tell me whether we are right or wrong. Because recently we have started to understand the process of samadhi, or process of meditation. I mean, meditation is not a state only, it's a process. Temporality is there. Now, as you are telling that behavior or external posture, etc., that we can control through modern machine, modern EEG machine. That we say external noise. Noise means unwanted variation, which we don't want. Like you are thinking of a particular object, then something comes, like in other contexts, like Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. I have to go to the market today at 10 o'clock, Om Namah Shivaya. So this is unwanted variation. In scientific terminology, we say noise. And also, within the brain, there are some noises called internal noise. It comes from synaptic noise, ion channel noise. So, during the whole process of meditation, we are regulating this kind of noise, and we are getting more and more silence. So what he is telling at the gene level, this is interesting for us. Like at the, what he said, that gene is like a blueprint of the life. So at the gene also, scientists found there are noises. What it means, like they did experiments with identical genes with identical history, but they express in a different way. So how it is possible? They said that there are some noise associated with biochemical process within the gene, and that controlling that biochemical process may give us some clue what he was telling. And this is, I mean, future research can tell us. Lot of research have been done on mindfulness meditation, but still lot more, and he is showing a new path. So, and for that, we are studying on Buddhist text of Bhavanakram by Kamal Shila, Buddhist scholar, where he described the stages of samadhi. This is also in Astanga Yoga, in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. This is similar in respect of the stages of samadhi. So maybe here we need insights from our Buddhist monk and Buddhist scholars to understand more deeply, so that new scientific research will emerge. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Cecil. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, in this panel, there is one more speaker. He is again scientist, and Dr. Joshi. He is from Nepal. You can start. And again, I will ask you, how the Buddhist concepts can be understood in the paradigm of modern scientific research, or it can be extended to further.
Yes, sir. My whole presentation talk is about this.
Okay.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Through that, I would like to explain that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Oh, maybe you have to again shift, because
pointer is here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you just sit down. Yeah. Can you, or is it comfortable for you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I am Vishal Joshi from Lumbini, Nepal. I would like to bow in front of you and then start my presentation. My presentation is about Buddha Dhamma and the brain, Vipassana, neuroscience, and the science of sustainable living. I would like to start my talk with the words of Buddha. Buddha has well said, "O monks and scholars, as you test gold by burning, cutting, and polishing it, so too well examine my speech. Don't accept it out of respect." It reveals Buddha as a pioneer of critical inquiry and evidence-based inquiry, urging us not to follow him out of reverence, but to test his teachings like gold under fire. And after more than 2,500 years later, nowadays, the radical invitation of Buddha regarding direct experience and personal verification has been accepted by modern neuroscience and has started testing all the contemplative techniques of Buddha using functional MRI, electroencephalogram, rigorous clinical trials. And in today's presentation, I would like to share some established evidences with you all. In today's presentation, I have very simple 3 questions. First, what is Vipassana? I am here to learn about this. I am not the expert. I am a PhD scholar in Lumbini Buddhist University, and my research is on heart rate variability, attention, and Vipassana meditation. And I am also a medical doctor, so I am trying to link all these things. What are the neuroscientific evidences of Vipassana? And third, the most important thing, how the neurological changes are linked to sustainable living. What is Vipassana? It's a simple mindfulness meditation, seeing things as they really are. Self-transformation through self-observation. There are 4 foundations of Vipassana: Kaya-anupassana, Vedana-anupassana, Chitta-anupassana, and Dhamma-anupassana. When somebody practices these 4 foundations of mindfulness, the wisdom qualities flourish. One starts realizing anicca, dukkha due to clinging nature of mind, and finally anatta. What is sustainable living in Buddha Dhamma? The sustainable living in Buddha Dhamma begins with mastering the mind. When our mind becomes calm and wise, our actions itself become healthy, ethical, and ecologically harmonious. So, sustainable living in Buddha Dhamma is like 3-petal flower. It starts with inner sustainability, mental and emotional balance. It leads to ethical and mindfulness and moderate living, and it gives rise to societal and environmental sustainability. There is a simple bridge between mind, brain, and behavior. This thing I want to explain in today's presentation. Buddha has said, Mano Pubbangama Dhamma in Dhammapada. Neuroscience says that when we practice meditation, or simply when there are some thoughts in our mind, there is remodeling in brain, and this mechanism is called neuroplasticity. So by practicing meditation, structural changes take place in brain, and activity and connectivity of the brain also change. As a result, when there is change in wiring in our brain, it leads to changed habits, perspectives, and conduct. And this is the inner basis for sustainable living. Now, the most important thing, what is mindfulness and how this mindfulness is responsible or leads to sustainable living in Buddha Dhamma. Vipassana is classical method of sustaining sati, modern neuroscience has done a lot of research in the name of mindfulness meditation. And in 2011, Holzel and his colleagues postulated 4 mechanisms of action of mindfulness meditation. It means when somebody practices mindfulness meditation for a long time, in his or her brain, there are certain changes, and these changes are as follows. There is first attention regulation, then increase in body awareness, then there is change in perspective of self, and emotional regulation. So Vipassana meditation or mindfulness meditation works through these 4 mechanisms. Attention regulation. My first thing, I will explain all these things one by one and the neuroscience behind these, and I'll link them to the sustainable living. First, attention regulation. First of all, I would like to welcome you all in the world of neuroscience. This is the most beautiful organ, human brain. Human brain is an anatomical structure. So many foldings, innumerable convolutions are there, and this gray portion is cerebral cortex. Brain is a physical structure, and the electrical activity go on inside brain all the time. Electrical firing go on, and these electrical firings are actually the thoughts. And the activity of this brain is called mind. So every time in our mind, thoughts keep on blooming, like the lotus flower bloom in the ponds. But it's not so simple. Mind wanders all the time. Mind wanders from past to future, here to there, like a monkey mind, often described by our respected Mingyu Rinpoche in his teachings. Monkey mind, it jumps from one place to another place. So when mind is untrained, so many thoughts are there, and these thoughts are actually the electrical activity in the brain. Now I will tell you, I will discuss with you some of such circuits in brain which are responsible for this type of activity. One of such important circuit is default mode network. So the areas highlighted in this cerebral cortical part are the regions of default mode network. In default mode network, automatically there is firing all the time. Click, 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 click. Due to these electrical activities, due to these firing all the time, our mind wanders. There is wandering in mind, and along with wandering of mind, this default mode network is responsible for things like me, my, I, myself, ego. Apart from that, it is for self-centering. And the good news is that when somebody practices Vipassana meditation, there is decrease in activity of this wandering mind, decrease in activity of this default mode network. Like default mode network in our brain, there are few other good networks, anti-networks. One of such network is central executive network, which is made up of different areas like anterior insula, anterior cingulate cortex, and all the areas highlighted here. And this is like anti-correlated with default mode network. When we practice Vipassana meditation, there is increase in activity of this network, and this network decreases the activity of default mode network. I would like to explain this with one analogy. Suppose we are in big class. Suppose this is one very big class, and this big hall is our classroom, and this is our brain. Suppose, with due respect, this side students are there, and this side teachers are there. When teachers are very lazy, suppose the teachers are drowsing like this all the time. When teachers are very lazy, the students will chatter. The students will talk with each other. They do back and forth. They do right and left, and they keep on talking. They keep on wondering. They keep on gossiping. So this is the activity of default mode network, which is always active. But when teachers are alert, when teachers are seeing students vigilantly, when teachers are observing them, the students keep quiet and the teacher's mode is activated. So this teacher's mode is actually executive control network that controls default mode network. So Vipassana meditation strengthens the activity of the, executive control network. And so there is simple correlation with sustainable living. So when there is decrease in self-referential thought, DMN activity, due to reduction in DMN activity, ego-driven craving, tanha, is decreased. In many neurological researches, it is observed that this default mode network is also responsible for craving. Neuroscientists have done studies on smoking, craving for smoking, even for mobile cravings. There is high activity is observed in default mode network. So it leads to lower impulsive consumption, more mindful and need-based resources, use of resources will be there, and this fosters sustainable living. The second point in Holzel et al. Postulation was body awareness. When somebody practices Vipassana meditation, the awareness of the body is increased. Due to increase in awareness of the body, certain areas of brain are stimulated. These are temporoparietal junctions and insula. Likewise, when there is change in perspective of self due to practicing Vipassana mindfulness meditation, the static self, the rigid self is dissolved. And again, neuroscientists have discovered that there is stimulation of temporoparietal junction and insula. Apart from these areas, there are also activity in other areas. I am just putting it very simple. So, putting these two mechanisms in one frame, now when somebody practices Vipassana mindfulness meditation and there is increase in body awareness and there is change in perspective of self, due to these two mechanisms, those regions of the brain are highlighted, which are mainly for those areas of brain are highlighted, which are also for empathy and social cognition. In 2004, Singer et al. In their research observed that these two areas are also responsible for empathy and social cognition. And in 2008, Lutz et al. Observed that during functional MRI in Tibetan monks, when they practice compassion meditation, the same areas are being stimulated. So this is such a beautiful correlation. We are practicing mindfulness meditation. We are just observing our body and there is change in perspective of self. And those areas of the brain are stimulated or activated, which are also responsible for compassion, empathy, and social cognition. So empathy with nature and others predict pro-environmental behavior. Compassion converts concerns into helping hands. Social cognition supports shared values and community responsible. So all these mechanisms are fostering sustainable living in human beings. Final, emotional regulation. In our brain, there are different areas. There are different areas for emotion and there are different areas for reasoning and thinking. In a sense, in a simple way, there are two types of brain. One is frontal brain, that is for rational thinking, that is the rational brain. And this lower part is the limbic system, it is the emotional brain. Okay, I will explain this by a simple analogy. I have a kid, he is of 4 years. When he was of 3 years, he was not obeying me. He was always doing some emotional reactivity. He was always asking for chocolates, toys. And when I console him, when I say him, there will be bugs in your teeth, too many toys are not good, he is not obeying to me. But now, I have been a very good friend of him, and after 1 year, when I teach him, he understands things. So it's like that father-son relationship. So this brain is the thinking brain, this brain is the logical brain, this upper brain is the rational brain, and this brain is the emotional brain. This brain is for emotional reactivity, emotional impulsivity, emotional craving, And especially one organ, this amygdala, is for emotional aggression, even for emotional hijacking. So it is observed that when somebody practices Vipassana meditation, there is very good bonding between the rational brain and the emotional brain. We can rationally control our emotional thinking, emotional outputs. So by down-regulating the amygdala's sudden and aggressive response, Vipassana can help an individual respond to challenging situation with greater calmness and clarity. Good decision-making capability and ethical decision-making capability is developed. This also fosters sustainable living. In summary, putting all these things together, the mechanism, when somebody practices mindfulness meditation, it works through actually 5 mechanisms: A, B, C, D, E. Attention regulation, body awareness. C for change in perspective of self. D means decision making is modulated. E, emotional regulation. So very simple, 5 mechanisms: A, B, C, D, E. When this is practiced, there are certain changes, certain structural anatomical changes at the level of brain. This gives rise to change in mind. Change in brain is giving rise to change in mind. Positive psychological outcomes are developed. Decreased mind wandering, decreased egocentric attitude, empathetic attitude will be there, compassionate behavior will be there, and control over emotions will be there. And it fosters sustainable living virtues as suggested in Buddha Dhamma. So these are the references of my study. And there are few of my studies also, you can follow it. It is on Vipassana meditation. In this study particularly, I have made a conceptual framework or mechanism of action of Vipassana and how this can be implemented in schools. This is most respected place, the birthplace of Buddha, Lumbini. This is the place where we belong. This is Lumbini Buddhist University. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. I have a small question because we are running short of time. In one Life and Mind conference, His Holiness Dalai Lama raised one very interesting question, and this is related to neuroscience. One lady, she was the director of Center of Brain Research in Chicago. She did one experiment that she took 2 groups of mothers who has time to give care to their children and another group who do not have time to give care to their children. And she found that there, who gives more care to their children, their surroundings of the DNA is changed, chemical surroundings. So he raised the questions to the lady that can you do it by external means so that you don't have to practice all these kind of things. So here also, yes, if we can do such kind of changes by external means called virtual reality, neuroscientists are developing in MIT, then we don't need to have guru. We don't need to go to, practitioner, deep practitioners. Is it possible?
Yes.
Because they discovered a nano wire, very small, thin wire. They were trying to put into the brain and trying to activate those kind of regions so that, this happened.
Yes, sir.
I need to go to see television. That kind of feelings will come to me.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually you are right. Our brain cannot differentiate between the reality and imagination. Even though we are doing some imagination, our brain thinks as it is reality. That's why we are suffering so much. Most of the sufferings are our mental suffering. Most of the sufferings are not really existing. In our mind, we keep on revolving these things, and due to that, such type of things are there, like suffering.
So thank you so much. We are running short of time, yes, and thank you all the panelists. Yeah. Very short question.
I have 2 questions, one from Dr. Jyoti, one from Dr. Joshi.
Okay.
All are coming from J. That's Mrs. Dr. Joshi. she was telling about the karma vipaka abadha. The second slide, that I want to know about the karma vipaka abadha. What does that really mean? Because he is talking about impermanence. I want to know about the coexistence of impermanence in the working world. What is his view about it? Okay.
Okay, maybe if you can respond.
Thank you so much. I think this question is for me.
Yeah.
I am Dr. Joshi.
Jyoti.
Jyoti Joshi, it was confusing.
Yeah, if you.
Right, Bante, but what is your precise, may I know your precise question? Abada is a term for roga, illness. It's a Pali term, where there is pain, abada. Abada is the Pali term for suffering, pain. And karma vipaka is one of the causes of the illness. It's not everything. So many times there is a misconception that when somebody is going through some pain, we say it's karma. Not everything is caused by karma. There are 8 categories, and I wanted to clearly show the difference. There are natural causes that can create a problem, an illness. This is from the medical dimension. And there are environmental causes. Even the uncleanliness is one problem. There are other traumatic causes. A trauma can lead to a physical illness, for example, fracture of the bone, and an injury can cause. So there are multiple factors, including the imbalance of the metabolic system of the body. Karma is only one of the several categories that can create a disease.
So you can talk to her maybe later. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you all the panelists for very good.
Thank you so much. I will request our Secretary General IBC, Shad Singh and Suren Coaches and Kochoidenji, please come on the stage and felicitate all the panelists. Please stay for a moment, and all will be felicitated with a memento here by our Secretary General IBC. And since it's time for the lunch for the monks, nuns, so we are going to have lunch for everyone now. But I will request you, please put your hands together to express our gratitude to the panelists who participated in this session on scientific research, healthcare, medicine, and sustainable living in Buddha Dhamma. This session was very enlightening and very inspiring. In this session, moderator was Professor Sisha Roy, visiting professor of National Institute of Advanced Studies, India. And as speakers of the session, His Eminence Dzongtsar Jamyang Khyentse Rinpoche, founder Siddhartha's in Bhutan, was one of the panelists. And we had also Dr. Ratna Jyoti Kakumano, medical advisor, healthcare and artificial intelligence, Newark, USA. She was part of this panel. Thank you very much, Dr. Ratna. We also had His Excellency Dr. Ki Sawan Ratna, Secretary of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Government of Cambodia, as one of the panelists. And Dr. Sanata Mahavedanage, Director, Center for Mindfulness Studies, Research and Practices from Sri Lanka. He was also part of that. And Dr. Vishal Joshi, Associate Professor, Universal College of Medical Sciences, Nepal. We are thankful to all the panelists and moderator of this session for being with us and participating in this session. So now we will have a lunch break for 1 hour for all of us. So I will request all of you to please move for the lunch, and we have arranged the lunch. It will be served in the leaders' lounge as well as in the area between the 2 auditoriums just outside this hall. You will take, if you take exit from your right side gate, you will just reach there. So we have 1 hour time for the lunch break, and after that we will be assembling here again, and we'll proceed with the 4th session of the second Global Buddhist Summit. So thank you very much. We are grateful to all. Thank you.
हेलो 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 आवाज आ रही है सर? हेलो जी, I'm audible? ओ तेरी शिट कट गया ये तो। हेलो
आ रही आवाज? मेरी आ रही है?
I'm audible? लीको आ रहा है पास में, सर दूर जाओ, इको आ रहा है, दूर जाओ सर, थोड़ा इको आ रहा है, और दूर जाओ।
बहुत दूर भाई, मैं बहुत दूर निकला है। अभी कैसा है?
आवाज नहीं आ रही, क्या बात है?
हेलो
बोलो सर, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
मेरे पास भी इको आ रहा है आपका, मैं बहुत दूर हूँ फिर भी आपका इको आ रहा है।
इको आ रहा है, इको यहाँ से क्या बंद करूँ मैं, रुक जाओ।
I will request all the venerable monks, nuns, delegates, and esteemed guests to please take your seats as early as possible so that we can start with our fourth session of the day, fourth session of this second Global Buddhist Summit and second session of the day. So I will request all of you who are standing outside the hall are requested to come inside and take your seats as early as possible. And it will be my humble request to all the panelists in fourth session, that is about learning in the light of Buddha Dhamma. They are also requested to be in the hall so that we can start the proceedings of the fourth session of this second Global Buddhist Summit.
Hello.
I will request all the venerable monks, nuns, delegates, and esteemed guests, please come inside and take your seats. We are going to start the fourth session of the second Global Buddhist Summit. And I will also request all the speakers of this session. This session is about learning in the light of Buddha Dhamma. And Dr. Siddharth Singh, Vice Chancellor, Navanalanda Mahavihar, India, will be the moderator for this session. And our speakers in this session are Most Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Tu, Standing Vice Chancellor, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Kumara, Pro-Rector, Sitagu International Buddhist Academy, Myanmar. Professor Dr. Subarna Lal Vajracharya, Vice Chancellor, Lumbini Buddhist University, Nepal. And Dr. Edu Rama Vijaya Putra, Rector of Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College of Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia. So these are the panelists of this session. I will request the panelists, all the speakers of this session and moderator to be inside the hall. So without going into depths, once again, we extend our heartiest welcome to all of you on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation in this second Global Buddhist Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second day of the summit, and we are going to witness the fourth session of this summit, that is on learning in the light of Buddha Dhamma. We are privileged to have a very eminent scholars and most venerable in this panel, and we'll have a lot of things to know in a better way to how we can learn and how we can proceed in the light of Buddha Dhamma in our life. So we have our panelists on the stage, and let me introduce them. We have the moderator of this session is Dr. Siddhartha Singh, Vice Chancellor, now Nalanda Mahavihara in India. And I will request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome the moderator and panelists in this session. As speakers, we are privileged to have Most Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh, Standing Vice Chancellor, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. We welcome you, sir. The Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Kumara, Pro-Rector, Chicago International Buddhist Academy, Myanmar. We are grateful to you. You are here with us. You have joined us for this session. We also have Professor Dr. Subarna Lal Vajracharya, Vice Chancellor, Lumbini Buddhist University, Nepal. Thanks for coming. Thank you, sir. We welcome you. And we also have, as speaker in this session, Dr. A.D. Rama Vijayaputra, Rector of Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College of Tangerang, Mante. It is in Indonesia. So we welcome Dr. A.D. Rama Vijayaputra also. Thank you very much. And I will request Dr. Siddhartha Singh, the moderator of this session, to initiate the proceedings of this session, please.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of IBC and on behalf of all the Indian community, Dhamma travelers. The session which is focused on this session, we have to deal with the learnings in the light of Buddha Dhamma. And Dhamma is a very wider term. It is still untranslated. It cannot be translated in the proper English because its horizon is extremely wide. Although in the Pali literature very clearly Dhamma is explained by the Lord Buddha, Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo, Sanditthiko, Akaliko, Ehi Passiko, Opanaiko, Pachattam, Veditabbo, Viyuhi. The Dhamma is Swakhat, which is self-explained. Then Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditthiko. It is sandhistic. It can be, the roots of the Dhamma practice can be seen in this very life. You don't need to wait for other life. You don't need to believe in something transcendental world or some sort of paradise. Then it says Akaliko. Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditthiko Akaliko. It's timeless. It's eternal. Dhamma is not subject to a time and a space. And then Ehi Passiko. It invites investigation. You can come and see. Opanaiko. It leads onwards. It never leads you backwards. Pachattam Veditabbo Viyuhi. The Viyuhi, the wise people, they can realize in this very life. So on the one hand, Lord Buddha himself has, Shakyamuni himself has explained Dhamma in a very lucid way. But when we try to understand the learnings of the Buddha in the modern world, so its horizon is extremely wide. It has certain, if we need to understand in the terms of the several verticals, so broadly it can be put under the four umbrellas. Number one is philosophical and ontological reality. How Shakyamuni explained the Dhamma in terms of ontological and philosophical reality, what we understand, what we study in Abhidhamma, Chitta, Chetsik, Rupa and Nibbana. And early in the Sutta literature, which is explained in the form of the Panchakhandhas and different shades of Sanyojanas, Nivaranas and so on. Then second dimension is ethical and psychological dimension. that how Buddha Dhamma shape the conduct and inner life. So that is second vertical. Third vertical is how social, political, and institutional or economical implication of the Dhamma can be explained in the modern life. And the fourth vertical is the contemporary relevance. How we connect Dhamma with the crisis which we are happening in the terms of anxiety, the psychosomatic disorders. So what is like in the previous session we were dealing with the neurosciences and artificial intelligence and so on. So I request our speakers, number one, because we are already running late, to confine their speeches within the time frame of 10 minutes. And I would be grateful if the speakers, they could focus their talk on any one dimension of the dimensions which I just explained. Although several other dimensions can also be attached with the Dhamma, because as I mentioned that Dhamma is not religion, Dhamma is not a school, it's a universal principle under which many things can be brought into the domain of Dhamma. So our first speaker is very illustrious scholar, an illustrious scholar from Vietnam, most venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh, who doesn't need any introduction. His leadership, his scholarship is widely known. And it is an honor for me to invite most venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh to start with his speech. And I would again request you to remind the time limit, 10 minutes. And after that, we will move to the next speaker.
Namo Buddhaya. Very good afternoon. Most venerable and scholars. Professor Sirat Sin, Vice Chancellor of Navananda Mahavira, have just introduced about 6 qualities or characteristics of the Buddha Dhamma, and asked the panelists to focus on either one of the perspectives have been said in order to understand the contribution of the Buddha in terms of learning. I would discuss about learning becoming better or becoming free, a combination of secular and Buddhist approaches. I think that the education and learning can be divided into 2 categories. The first one is secular learning, including social sciences, humanity, and natural sciences. The second is Buddhist learning, focus on the way how to lead the ordinary persons like us to become enlightened person or the holy man. So in this regard, I will discuss 3 issues. Number 1, the nature of learning, which help us to compare the effectiveness of the secular learning and the liberation of Buddhist learning. In secular learning, the object of learning is the external world or external reality. So the learner focuses on understanding what is happening, and we also require the particular situation to learn more and more in order to get the professional knowledge about it. The learning process follows 3 professions. First, we have to gather information. Then we give strong reflection on that, and by doing this, we can get the insight. The primary focus of secular learning is to help individual become more capable, more efficiency, and more successful in the professional life as well as social life. So, however, what we succeed in profession and career not necessarily help us to gain the greater happiness or freedom from suffering. In contrast, the Buddhist learning touched the mind itself as object of learning. So we study the mind, master the mind, and let the mind become enlightened. So the central question is not simply what happened, but why suffering arising when events occurred. Buddhist learning focuses on threefold framework. First, wisdom gained to learning reading the truth or the laws of the Dhamma. Second, wisdom developed through critical reflection or mindful analysis of things surrounding us. Third, wisdom born of cultivation, ethical cultivation and meditation. So Buddhist learning helps us in this regard understand things very correctly and live situation very mindfully. So this helps us lead to the reduction of suffering to some extent. And if we develop day by day, that we can stop or destruct on the suffering inside ourselves. Issue number 2, I would discuss about the learning process between secular and Buddhist perspective. In modern education and scientific training, learning unfolds in 3 stages. First is information. That is the acquisition of the data and knowledge for our practical use. Second is skills. That is the repeated application of the knowledge in order to achieve technical mastery. And the third is performance. That is the production of measurable outcomes that can be evaluated or recognized by the society at large. That means the central focus of secular learning is help increasing competence, efficiencies, effectiveness, as well as achievement in the secular career. The Buddhist model of learning also is of threefold. Number 1, Bhajiyati, the study of teachings of the Buddha in order to develop and gain right understanding, which helps us loosen attachment. Second, Bhati, that is the actual practice of morality and mental cultivation. This aims at transformation of our body and the mind. Third is Bhati Veda. That is the direct penetrations of the truth that leads to the reduction as well as the ending of the suffering. That means the Buddhist learning is the way help us to improve our inner transformation, must us awaken and leading us to liberation. So the outcome of the secular education is increased competence only. That means by practice day by day, then secular learning can help us to do the task accurately, more efficiently and reliably. And Buddhist learning can give the outcome not greater competence, but the greater inner freedoms. This is the basic differences between the secular and Buddhist learning. The key measures of progress is the degrees to which, according to the Buddha, rage, hatred, and delusions are reduced. From a Buddhist perspective, learning that is not embodied in one's life is incomplete. If one does not live according to what is learned, it is not yet considered true learning. And number 3 issue, I would discuss about the purpose of learning. In secular learning, the learning is oriented toward the accumulation of knowledge, which help us increase power to gain name, fame, and material things, and that help us to conquer the external world. When the achievement in this regard is closely tied to status, the competitions, personal gain leads to bondage rather than inner freedom. So that's, as a result, can lead to stress, anxiety, fear, and unresolved suffering. In this sense, success in secular learning does not necessarily resolve the deeper problem of human suffering and human issues. In Buddhist learning, we aim at not knowing more information, because more information when we learn sometimes make us very headache. But help us to know or to see the things as they truly are. The fundamental purpose is liberation from ignorance and attachment. To the cultivation of wisdom, what gives the mastery over suffering, leading to actual liberation. And it is the most important purpose of the Buddhist learning. In essence, secular learning helps us to function better in the world. And while the Buddhist learning helps us to get the complete destruction of suffering. So I think in the modern society, we should focus two categories of learning: secular learning to help us become professional in whatever we endeavor in order to get the success in life. But that is not the end in itself. And the Buddhist learning help us to develop and gain wisdom, which help us to contribute to society, the value and the happiness which we can enjoy ourselves and share with others. Thank you for your listening.
Well, thanks a lot, Most Venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh. Without wasting much time, I would be delighted to invite our next speaker, Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Kumar, who is pro-rector of Sitagu International Buddhist Academy. He is a celebrated scholar of Pali literature, Buddha Dhamma, and he's a wonderful administrator too, as far as I know. So it's a pleasure inviting you, Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Kumar.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Good afternoon, highly respected Venerable Sanghas, honorable and distinguished Dhamma brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is, as they introduced, Dr. Ashin Kumara, a pro-rector of Sitagu International Buddhist Academy, Myanmar. It is a great honor for me to participate in this session for learning in the light of Buddha Dhamma. I would like to share my experiences and knowledge about the Dhamma. I do not I do not have PowerPoint. Just I will talk about from my heart. I was born in a Buddhist family. When I was 5 years old, I was not good boy. After some time, I came to know I was very aggressive and cruel boy. I follow my senior boys here and there, wherever they go. They are very cruel to small animals. They killed, hit. I also copied them. After some time, I came to know it is not good. They are sentient beings. These animals also want to live long time, long life. They want to be happy. So they want to be healthy. They want to get any injury. So I put the question to my father, Daddy, how can I avoid such kind of evils? It is not good. They are sentient beings. They want to be healthy, or they want to be long-lived. So my father told me, if you want to avoid such kind of evils, please go to local monastery. Please ask and approach the chief monk. He can guide you the right way. He can take you the heavenly words. So when I heard that such kind of words, I'm very happy. Oh, one day I can be in heavenly words. So I approached the local master. So first of all, he taught me the Buddhist culture, how to pay respect, senior monks and senior citizens. This is Buddhist culture, how to pay respect to the Buddha Dhamma Sangha. And then my first master, my teacher, the monk, the local monk, he taught 5 precepts, and then 8 precepts and 10 precepts, so on. After that, he taught me Mingla Sutta. Buddhist monks already know this is Sutta. The Sutta teach us how to cultivate morality, ethical conduct, compassion, wisdom, and higher spiritual practices. After learning that, I can combat myself to be good person. So I decided not to do any evil things. So after that, my local master taught me Metta Sutta. You already know the Metta Sutta, how to develop our loving kindness to other people. So how to avoid harming other people, sentient people, how to live peacefully. Such kind of suttas attract me to be good person. So I decided to learn in Dhamma more and more. After that, my teacher taught me Loka Niti. This sutta is very popular in Myanmar. Everybody have to learn that Loka Niti Sutta, highly regarded as a classical ethical test. That test provides guidelines on worldly affairs, royalty, social conduct, so on. In every monastery in Myanmar, every boys have to learn that discourses, which is called Loka Niti. And then Singalawara Sutta. This sutta also very popular. This describes the relationship between parents and children, teachers and students, and then senior citizens and the young generations. So many duties, teacher and students, so on. After that, I became a Samanera, so I have to learn the code of conduct for Samanera, how to go in the village seat, how to speak to the people, how to wear the robe properly, how to eat the food, how to receive the food, how to eat, how to stand, how to sit, so how to keep Dhamma talk, many things. After that, I moved to the highly learning center, Dhamma learning center, we can say higher education center. There, I have to learn a Vinaya test for the monkhood, for the monks, monastic code, and then Sutanta discourses, and then Abhidhamma test. So learning those tests, Vinaya, Sutanta, Abhidhamma, changed my life in positive way. If I do not have such kind of opportunity to learn this Dhamma, I would be very bad person, maybe not good person. Maybe I would die. Now you cannot see me anymore on this earth. So the Dhamma, after learning the Dhamma, so I convert myself into good person, not religion to religion. So I came here to know learning Dhamma can convert oneself from cruelty to this compassionate person, cruel person to compassionate person, the evil one to good person, the greedy one to generous person. So learning Dhamma can convert oneself from bad to good. So that is a good point for me. And then I have opportunity to understand the most popular concept in Buddhism, Four Noble Truths, dukkha. This Pali word is, everyone know dukkha. Sometimes English translation is suffering or pain. But the meaning of suffering of English term cannot cover the real meaning of the Pali word dukkha. The one doctor, she already explained 3 types of dukkha, you already know. And another thing is the cause of dukkha samudaya. And then each cessation, dukkha nirodha. And then the path to each cessation. So if I do not have opportunity to learn in the Dhamma, I cannot understand those meanings from original point of view. Fortunately, I realized those meanings. And then one Pali term, samsara. This is very popular in Buddhist tradition. When I study this Pali term for the first time, I do not understand. 1 year, no. I cannot catch the real meaning. 10 years also, I cannot catch the real meaning of the samsara. Later on, I practiced meditation, and then I realized samsara. The continuous process of nama-rupa is called samsara. The Dhammasingani Atasalini, which is called Atasalini, says, Khanda nanja patipati dhatu ayarananaja aposena apochena uttamana sansaroti pausati. The process of namarupa or khanda or ayarana or elements without any interrupters is called samsara. This is a little different from the understanding of other people. More, I think some people understand samsara is the cycle of birth and death. The real meaning of Pali samsara, not like the meaning. One of the, not the meaning. Only the continuity of nama-rupa, our nama-rupa. The cycle of rising and disappearing of our nama-rupa is called samsara. Now you are also in samsara. When you go back after this conference, you are older than when you come here. So your Namarupa is going on. That is called samsara. In Anicca Dukkha Anatta, so I learned the Burmese translation, Pali translation, English translation. Sometimes Pali translate anicca in Burmese, that is correct. The Pali dukkha, the Pali term, dukkha is translated into suffering, not kava, the meaning of Pali dukkha. Anatta, non-self, and so on. The translation is not correct. Please learn the original of the Pali term, anatta. Okay, time is limited. In conclusion, learning the Dhamma with the Pali language preserve the original classical text of Indian language, Pali language, preserve Dhamma and convert oneself into good person. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thanks a lot, Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Kumara. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Suvarna Lal Bajracharya. He is the Vice Chancellor of Lumbini Buddhist University, Nepal. And coincidentally, last time also, when I was chairing a session, Professor Bajracharya was with me in that session. Again, I am fortunate to have him on board. So may I request Professor Bajracharya to proceed with his speech.
Thank you, Dr. Siddhartha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Venerable monks and all the Buddhist scholars. Actually, I'm very much confused from where I should have to start it. Because today in the AI world, now we all are the experts now. We know everything, but we don't know anything. We know everything, but we don't know anything. If we know what to ask, we can get immediately with the help of the AI, and we can understand. We can read it and we can understand it. Now the dilemma is, should we just digest it, read it, digest it like our venerables? They had spent their whole life, learning the Buddha Dhamma from the childhood up to now. Now, today's students, even the kids, if they know what they have to ask, what they have to know, they can just ask with the AI and get the answer critically. Even, the AI can give a lot of options. In which way we want to know about that. Now, in this dilemma, as a Vice Chancellor, we are also in a big problem, in dilemma. The whole courses that we had offered today had been obsoleted because the students are not interested to read, are not interested to be in the class. They know more than what the teachers can teach. This is the big challenge. We tried from many aspects to bring them inside the class and be attentive, be interactive with the teachers, but they didn't want to be. Because even the teachers are now very much dependent to the AI. They just take the notes from the AI and just deliver in the classroom. And how the students will like that. Big challenge in this modern world. In one hand, the responsibility is the economy. One should go in the job. One should do their business and earn the livelihood. And in the other hand, we have the Buddha Dhamma, we have to promote the Buddhist teaching, the Buddhist philosophy. No, I don't have it. Oh, no PowerPoint. I don't use the PowerPoint. Okay, leave it. Because just 10 minutes. Okay. Therefore, I don't think we should have to elaborate more about the Buddha Dharma because you are all the scholars of the Buddha Dharma. The only thing that I want to highlight over here is the mindfulness. We had spoken from yesterday, even today. In the whole session, we just talk about the mindfulness. Because the students today are not mindful. Even the faculties, we are not mindful. Because we have to go in the class, we have to teach something. We just take it from the AI and just deliver. And the students also do the same thing. And as everybody know, that they didn't have the concentration. They didn't want to be long time in the classroom. They didn't want to be long time in the study. Everything they want to have in this very short. In few minutes, they want to just scroll it and get the information. This is the big challenge. Now, in our university, we have the core Buddhist philosophy. Frankly speaking, nobody wants to come in this class to study the Buddhist philosophy. Whenever we try to motivate people to come and join the Buddhist philosophy, they said, what we will do knowing all these things, getting this degree? We will not get the job. We can't use it elsewhere. And because of the challenges, we introduced the applied Buddhism. Currently, we have only two faculties. One is core Buddhist philosophy and another is the applied Buddhist philosophy, applied Buddhism. We use Buddhist philosophy in all the disciplines that we are teaching. From engineering, law, management, in every courses we are using the Buddhist philosophy. When we introduced the courses, we just thought that, okay, we will give the basic teachings of the Buddha Dharma. But the students today, they are not interested with that. Because they can just Google it, they can just see it, and they can just learn it easily from the AI. Therefore, they don't want to be again in the class. Just before I come to this conference, we had a meeting and we have the complaint from the faculties that it became very difficult for us to put in the classroom when we have the Buddhism course, classes, because they didn't want to be in the class. Now, what is the solution then? The solution that we should have to find out is the application. How practically we can use in our life, in our study, in our livelihood, the Buddhist philosophy. That is the only thing I think today we should have to look at. That is the ethical use. How can we use? We can't stop our students to use the AI, but you should have to encourage them to use it ethically, morally, spiritually. And this way, it's a big challenge. And, as everybody is talking that, the Buddha Dharma is, timeless, it's endless, borderless, it is universal. There is nothing to complain on that. We can use it in every aspect, but the big challenge is how do we use it without hampering the interest, without challenging the interests of the students. Now the students today, they don't want to even sit in the exam, and they don't have the capacity to write or explain as in our childhood we used to do. Because they just give the short answer. Finish. What does it mean? This is this, finish. Then want to explain it. Therefore, we are facing a lot of problems, definitely. And the evaluation, the examination, although, according to the Buddhist teaching, it's not the examination, it is not the certification, it is not the matter of the, evaluation, it is the internalization. But making them internalization is the big question, big challenges. I hope we all have to work in this, and we have to think this perspective from differently, because this is the new development. We can't stop it. We don't know at what level it will go. Every day, the new things are coming. Whatever we had thought today will be obsolete tomorrow, immediately. Therefore, how do we cope with these technological changes? And that is the big challenge that we have to work. Thank you very much, sir. Siddharth.
Thanks a lot, Professor Dr. Suvarnalal Bajracharya ji. Our next speaker is Dr. A.D. Ram Vijay Putra. Dr. A.D. is rector of Sri Vijay State Buddhist College of Indonesia. And coincidentally, recently, again, I was on panel with A.D. also. So it's a pleasure, Dr. A.D., to invite Dr. A.D. to deliver his speech. Do you have PPT presentation, Dr. A.D.? So please proceed with your presentation. And fortunately, we are running on time in this session. So if time permits, we may invite 2 or 3 questions at the last of session if organizers allow us to do so. I'll seek their instruction after the presentations are done. Okay.
Respected venerables, distinguished audiences, members and the board of Buddhist Confederation of India, Namo Buddhaya, Tasidele. It is always a privilege to be the last but not least speakers in the panels, because all the issues have been addressed by previous speakers, so I've got a lot of things to say. Monks, venerables, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to thank to the IBC for inviting me, not only because for making this presentation possible, but to be able to have a chance to share my experience, our experience as a minority of Buddhist community in the largest Muslim country like Indonesia, with multi-religious background and cultures. So it sounds very common to have heard about the university or campuses or maybe higher education in Buddhist country like Thailand, Vietnam, or maybe India, because India is the land of where Buddha burned. But it is very unique when we heard that in the largest Muslim country like Indonesia, we have one Buddhist college, and it is government supported. Government supported means all teachers and lecturers are civil servants, and it is funded by the government of Republic of Indonesia under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. I'm also very thankful because years ago I was designated as a newly rector appointed by the President of Prabowo Subianto, and hopefully not only Borobudur, you may come to Indonesia, you are more than welcome to come to my campus in Jakarta. So because the topic needs to be relevant with the learning in light of Dhamma, so I would like to present the overview of my presentation. So first I would like to talk about the foundation of Dhamma-inspired education. And I would like to shortly introduce my institution, Sri Vijaya State Buddhist College, and how it in contact with the inclusive education. And in doing that, I would like to showcase the narrative experience on how we're fostering the coexistence and the educational strategies for nurturing the coexistence, and as well as the impact and future inspiration for the education landscape for Buddhist world and Buddhist education. So hopefully this small contribution will give you insight and maybe a unique experience, and also proud of being a brother and sister who are Buddhists in Indonesia. So this is our newly built building in 2025. It is located near Jakarta, because Jakarta is a very big city. So we decided to build the building not really in the heart of Jakarta, but it is a very near from the airport of Soekarno-Hatta. So if you happen to come to Jakarta, please just let me know. I'll pick you up and we'll go to see the campus tour. So this picture is taken when the students doing a kind of service community in one of the province in West Nusa Tenggara near Bali Islands. So if you go past to Bali, and you may take 4 hours or 5 hours from Bali to Lombok Islands, where there are many indigenous Lombok people who are still Buddhists and up to now practicing Buddhism. So I'm really curious of the word of the light means in our panels. In my opinion, the light means if, just like we are in the room, if the light goes into the dark, there is no space that left behind. All the light shits shines for every aspect, every dimension in the room. I've heard the speech from Kiran Rijijus, our minister of yesterday, who talked that now the challenge of Buddhist education not only to give Buddhist education to Buddhists, it's easier, but now how to make the institution or a Buddhist learning or Buddhist values for non-Buddhists and even non-faith. So in my campus, there are 4 pillars that we built. First, namely universal objectives. So learning in the Dhamma aims not only to develop the academic and intellectual, but to foster inner peace, wisdom, as well as the compassion. Not just gathering the knowledge, because the result of the student, like what Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh mentioned a while ago about the secular and non-secular, students will gain practical understanding such as humility and gratitude for recognizing kindness, not only for themselves, but only for the family, society, and the others. Because the higher, the ultimate goal of education is not only self-transformation, but it will be end up into the societal and also a global transformation. So the objective of the education in Buddhism is simple and undivided, that is to live happily and prosperously. The second one is the compassion education. Compassion is not only a meditation in practice, quote unquote, but it will also encourage empathy and kindness, helping students develop supportive relationship, avoid so-called toxic circle, which is very popular right now in the Gen Z phenomenon, and the ethical awareness, which is really needed for today's world, and also mindfulness practices. Mindfulness fosters focus, not only attention, but also emotional and regulation, which enhancing learners' concentration as a well-being that is really helpful in distracted and disrupted world like today, that crippled by social media as well as the algorithm system that really cruise our generation. The fourth is the equanimity and respect. Equanimity promotes calmness and impartiality, supporting respect for diversity and balanced decision-making. This is a key to sustain or being resilient in this modern area that's so-called future, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In doing this, in my opinion, based on the literature review that I have done so far, learning religion should be shifted from learning of religion. It should be scaled up to learning about religion, but every pedagogy, every educational objective should reach what we call learning from religion. Because learning from religion, we do emphasis on drawing the ethical insight and moral values, which is very practical and lesson from the religious teachings. Just like in the context of Indonesia, if we introduce Buddhism as an institution, formal religion, nobody will accept it. But if we put the emphasis of the face of Buddhism in terms of the way how make they become more compassionate, more stable, more ethic, then it will encourage students to reflect on how this principle can inform their own lives, and I believe that it will contribute to the harmonious coexistence in the diversity context, like in Indonesia. And I do believe that every circumstances that in every Buddhist countries face is also the same, on how to introduce and how to impart the learning from religion context or paradigm of Buddhist into non-Buddhist is really the kinds of struggle that we need to do all together. Borobudur is one of the largest mandala, the heritage of Buddhists in Indonesia. It reflects the inclusive approach through the respectful interaction and dialogues that reflect model that can accept by the diverse viewpoints and practices which are common in the sense of aligning the pluralistic society. Buddha has shown the inner quality that reflected by the behavior and the nobility, which is more important for religious background. It is stated in the Sonadanta Sutta, said that it is not by lineage or birth that one is noble, but it is one's own actions and cultivation of virtue and wisdom. So what insight can we cultivate from this sutta is that literally imparting Buddhism as a formal religion is not effective. Where Buddhist is minority, like in the context of Indonesia, over the largest Muslim community and other religious communities such as Hindu, Christian, Catholic, and Confucian. So that's why I prefer to use the term learning from religion rather than learning of Buddhism or learning of religion. Anyway, because I'm a lecturer, I'm a pedagogy practitioner, so I would like to give practical implication of those umbrella of paradigm shift. First is called integrating Dhamma values with modern pedagogy. First, teaching incorporates core Dhamma principles that promoting ethical behavior. We may go into the review of some sutta and references, but we should not put the learning of the principles left behind from the concept of academic and non-academic. The second one is how to make Buddha Dhamma contextual to the teaching models as well as the current issues that the world faces today. So the teaching of the Buddha should emphasize on critical thinking, not merely about remembering, not merely about writing and reading, but also interacting, the learning, and do the engagement with the global ethic as well. It's really needed for today's world that aligns with the current issues that we call outcome-based education or outcome-based curriculum or OBE. The last one is how to foster harmony and engagement in social issues, such as eco-theology. Our Minister of Religious Affairs have endorsed this term to integrate and encourage harmonious and social interactions and mutual respect among students and programs that enhance more awareness of being human being as well as the ecological awareness. This is the activities that we do yearly to engage more cultural awareness. So our role not only to introduce the higher education and academic, but also how to secure and preserve our heritage, our Buddhists, to recognize more commitment about doing the excellent academic and also as the philosophy of teaching, as well as the Candi or temple like Borobudur. The last one is that because of the privilege of our institution, President Prabowo Subianto have made a president decree that Sriwijaya Buddhist College will be upgrading the status from college to institute, and hopefully 5 years later become the university, the first government-supported university in the world, in order to open more majors, more programs, and related studies. Thank you very much for your attention. Namo Buddhaya.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Eddie, and I'm grateful to all the panelists who completed their speeches within the time frame of 10 minutes. Now this session is open just for 2 questions I would allow. Very quickly, whosoever raised their hand at first. So the lady from the left. And okay, so I'll start with the lady. There's 2 questions I'll allow. Please. Can we have the mic transfer, okay. Okay.
Venerable Sangha members, guests, and executives on the dais, Jule. My name is Kunzis. I'm from Ladakh. An observation to begin with, and then my question. So over the past 2 days, we have been talking about inclusivity, equality, which is one of the core essence in Buddhist philosophies. But over the 2 days, I haven't seen this, especially on the dais, because there were either only one woman present on the dais or none at all, like right now. So this goes totally in contradiction to what we are talking about and what we have been taught. So I request IBC to have more inclusivity in the next summits. My question, how can schools following CBSE, NCERT, and other standardized systems incorporate principles of Buddha Dhamma into teaching, learning, practice without compromising academic rigor and outcomes? Because we have seen that the standardized education system we have in India cannot be compromised. But if we only focus on the Buddhist teachings, then again the education system is compromised. So I would like to know from the venerables, how can we inculcate this? Thank you very much.
Well, thanks a lot for your remark. And that remark has to be taken care of by IBC, not by this panel. Now, second question, which you raised as a question related with the Indian board system. Since we all have the international panelists who may not be aware of the Indian secular constitution and Indian education system, so perhaps it would be too much for them to respond to this question. I may try to make my own effort to answer your question, because primarily every country and every time and space has its own way of the formation. Indian pluralism is in a way, it's different from the many countries of the West and Asia. Even Indian form of secularism is different from the secularism what we know as a French secularism. Secularism has two different kind of dimensions. Negative secularism, which in France, in the form of laïcité, if I am pronouncing proper. So that concept, in 1851, George Jacob Holyoake, for the first time, he gave this secularism as a term. After that, Charles Bradlaugh, he developed this concept in the more stricter form. India adopted a kind of secularism which actually means the equal respect to all the religions, all the faiths. It is not against religion, it is not anti-religion, but it is secularism. In the Indian constitution, it means that equal respect for all the religions, all the faith. So in the Indian context, certainly we cannot have any religious education per se, or education which pertains to all the religions, the moral ideals, and that is why ethics is very much taught in the Indian education system, but that ethics doesn't belong to any particular religion. What Venerable Tu talked in the terms of secular education, and Dr. A.D. talked in the terms of Dhamma-inspired education system. To any person who knows Buddhism very well, he or she can understand that these are not two different dimensions, because the Buddhist ideals have the ideals of even-mindedness, equal respect to all, that idea is inbuilt, it is enshrined in the philosophy of Buddhism. So Buddhism or Buddha Dhamma never asks somebody to first convert to Buddha Dhamma, then to follow it, unlike many other religions. It is in Dhammapada, even if you start with the Pali earliest teachings in Dhammapada, Shakyamuni Buddha clearly says that if somebody is walking with me like a shadow, but he is not following the principles, that the moral duties, then he is 100 kilometers far from me. And if somebody is 100 miles far from me, but he or she is following the moral principles, so that person is very close to me. So that is the basic idea of Buddha Dhamma, which goes beyond the domain of Pantha, religion, sect, or schools. So from that perspective, the question which you raised, it is very specific to the Indian constitution system that can be dealt at the level of the constituent assembly, or the people who deal with the constitution. And certainly as far as I know Indian constitution, that cannot be applied in the form of any religion's principles or any idea, philosophy which can be projected as a philosophy of a particular religion. Other countries may have their own, because certain countries are theocratic countries, believe in certain religion, state religion is there. In many countries, that is not the case. So it differs a lot. So thanks for the question. Well, next question.
Tashi Delek.
Well, I think that gentleman had raised hand before you.
Okay, so I'll give.
So yes, and because of paucity of time, we may not take more questions, but our panelists would be available after this session, so you can have discussion with them.
Sir, thank you for the opportunity. My question is related to the youth, current youth and future youth. Everyone knows that, or maybe after 2026, then unemployment grows like anything. AA phobia is there. So now, with this context, my question is, how we can position right livelihood versus job and career mindset of the youngsters? How we can bring some kind of transformation from the outcome of IBC's yesterday sessions and today's sessions, predominantly on right livelihood and sustainable living. I hope I am understood. Thank you.
Understand the question? Well, could you please repeat your question, because the kind of echo which came from your mic, many of us we couldn't understand the question. Just be very precise, very specific.
My question is, can you hear me, sir? Without noise?
Keep little distance.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, how we can position the Dharma concept, right livelihood, which is an ecosystem of other 7 eightfold path, can be embedded into the youngsters across the globe, so that they can avoid thinking of career and job, but on right livelihood, so that their inner peace, their happiness, and their meaningfulness to their life can be accomplished. Whereas job is giving multiple stresses in multiple dimensions, in multiple layers, ultimately psychosomatic disorders. So we have to, the essence of IBC's entire sessions is sustainable living, right livelihood for youngsters. So how?
Okay, we got your question. Okay. Eddie, you
position.
are a young man. Please start responding with that question. Okay.
I'm 45 already. Not that young. Well, thank you for a very contextual questions. In Indonesian higher education context, the objectives of the education not merely on the knowledge accomplishment, but practical and also skill as well as the attitude. So started from they choose their study program, they already equipped with what we call as a right livelihood in the Eight Noble Fault of the Buddha's teaching. But the struggle in how students get into that 4 dimension of the objectives is really dependent on how they compensate the time, the efforts, as well as the curriculum system. And because I've just heard about that question from the lady, I think education and pedagogy are two different terms. Education is a system, and pedagogy is a practices. So value and Dhamma inspired are in the middle. So if we think that the Dharma is the ultimate foundation of having a good quality of being, then I think right livelihood should not be seen as only how to avoid something that not to be done in the next future when they are having a job, but also to get wealthier, to be rich so that they can donate, they can build vihara, pagoda, and to do this kind of conferences. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Eddie. I would like to add a little more in that context. You raised this question like the youngsters are getting crazy for the jobs and wealth and so on. How could, through the Buddha Dhamma's learning, we could make them away from that path? That should not be a kind ideal kind of position we should project on the name of the Buddha Dhamma, because ideally we should, yesterday we discussed about that, the business ethics. Certainly they have all the right, all the new generations have all the right to explore their creativity, to lead their life in the way they want to do business or job. But whether that kind of business, whether that kind of job, whether that kind of service has the values, enshrinement of the values of moral principle of Buddha Dhamma or not, that should be the question. And in that way, in Buddha Dhamma has been imparting and inculcating that kind of education, as can be seen in the presentation of Venerable Tu and Dr. A.D. Rama Vijayaputra. Professor Vajracharya was also Vice Chancellor of a university. I have been to Sitagu International Buddhist Academy when it was established in 2010 in Sagaing Hills. And all these four examples itself are illustrating that how Buddha Dhamma can impart the ethics in all the sphere of your life, whether you are doing job or whether you are doing any kind of business. Because if you would start projecting Buddha Dhamma as getting you away from the business line or job, and then it would start encouraging joblessness, and that would be, means it would be a damaging and sabotaging for the Buddha's teachings itself. So thanks for the question, and thanks for all the panelists for answering the questions in a wonderful way, because time is finished, and I have seen that Honorable MC of this session is standing already there. So thanks a lot for the kind patience, and again thanks to all the panelists.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siddharth Singh ji, for moderating this session, and all the panelists. We are grateful to all of them, and I will request Deputy Secretary General IBC Hemachara Bhanteji to please come on the stage to felicitate, to present memento to the honorable speakers in this session and moderator as well. It was very interesting session, and of course, we know learning is not only for livelihood, it is about understanding who we are, why we are, and how we can become a better human beings, and how we can contribute to the making this world a better place to live. So learning is the process, and this process must be inspired from the thoughts, values, and principles of Lord Buddha and Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy. So that is the basic. Please, I will request all the panelists and moderator to please come in front of the stage, and in that way we will have a group photograph also, and I will request Honorable Deputy Secretary General Hemachara Bhanteji to felicitate the panelists. And first of all, the most venerable Dr. Thich Nhat Tu, Standing Vice Chancellor, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. He will be presented a memento by our Deputy Secretary General first. So we are grateful to the most venerable who spared so much time, and on the invitation of IBC is here to participate in this 2 days Global Buddhist Summit. The next is Most Venerable Dr. Ashin Kumara, Pro-Rector, Chicago International Buddhist Academy, Myanmar. We are grateful to him also. Professor Dr. Subarna Lal Vajracharya, Vice Chancellor, Lumbini Buddhist University, Nepal. We are thankful to Professor Dr. Subarna for being with us in this session. And Dr. A.D. Rama Vijay Putra, Rector of Srivijaya State Buddhist College of Tangeranga, Banten, Indonesia, who is himself an educationist. And of course, the moderator, the key person of this session who moderated so well this session, Dr. Siddharth Singh, Vice Chancellor, Navanalanda Mahavihar, India. So thank you very much. We are grateful to all the speakers and moderator for this session. It was very thoughtful, very meaningful, and it was well within the time limit, so it concluded well. Now we move on to our last session, that is the fifth session of this second Global Buddhist Summit. And this is the second day, this is the last session. And this session is about the conversation on Sangha dynamics through their roles, rituals, and practice in Buddha Dhamma. And we are honored to have in this session as moderator and speakers, Venerable Ananda Bhante, General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society, Bengaluru, India. He is going to moderate, Venerable will be moderating this session on the Sangha dynamics through their roles, rituals, and practice in Buddha Dhamma. The speakers in this session will be Most Venerable Yongey Mingyur Rinpoche, Meditation Master from Nepal, and Most Venerable Wanhom Wangsaolin, Vice President of Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization of the Lao, the Director General. He's also the Director General of the Committee for Sangha Governance, Lao BDR. So he will also be part of this session. Reverend Kosho Tomioka, Director, Japan Buddhist Federation, Japan, is also part of this session, and Master Shi Jian Yin, Secretary General, Buddhist Association of Taiwan, will also be with us in this session. So I will request all the panelists and the moderator to be on the stage so that we can start the proceedings of this last session of the second Buddhist Global Buddhist Summit. And with that, we will conclude the deliberations, but after that, there are some other things to do. So please, I will request all the panelists and moderator to be on the stage. And Venerable Ananda Bhante will be the moderator. He is General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore, India. So all the panelists, honorable, venerable panelists are here on the stage. So I will request all of you, please put your hands together to express our gratitude and respect to the venerables and the panelists. And I will request, because this is going to be the last session, but it is very important so far as the Sangha dynamics are concerned, because through its roles, its rituals and practices, we are going to listen to some deeper understanding, deeper meaning about all those systems, which is with that working this system of the Dhamma, of the Sangha. So I will request Venerable Ananda Bhante, General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore, India, to initiate the proceedings of this session. Sir.
बोतल तो ये ले जा रहे हैं, आप ग्लास ले जाओ।
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo Buddhaya. Now we have this last session with the topic on Sangha dynamics through roles, rites, and practices.
बहन पकड़ तो सही होती है
We have a very eminent panel here with Mingu Rinpoche, Master Shi, and Venerable Wong Kam, and Venerable Tomioka. And this is a interesting gathering with all traditions here, Vajrayana, Mahayana, Theravada, and Zen. And interesting part is how this Sangha is one of the oldest organizations, we can say, started by Lord Buddha in Sarnath, starting with 5, then with 60, then hundreds and 1,000 and 10,000. And not only that, it is continuing till this date, 2,600 years. And even now, Bhikkhu Sangha is there, Bhikshuni Sangha is there, and lay people are there. So this, if it has survived so long, it must be having some innate, its own strength. Otherwise, it's not possible. So today we have not a long time, but very short time. We will have some conversation. It is not like presentation, like panel presentation. It will be like discussion. So to begin with, I would like to just ask one or two of our panelists about your own life. As a member of Sangha, how do you feel? That is one thing. And what motivated you to become ordained monk or nun? These two, I request Mingu Rinpoche and Master Shi regarding these topics.
So for me, begin by dukkha. So when I was young, I had panic attacks. So I was born in Nepal, in the Himalayan mountain. So me and Buddha, same birthplace. And the environment is beautiful, but I had panic attacks follow me like shadow. And my father was a great meditation teacher. So I learned meditation from my father when I was 9. And then when I was 11, I became Samanera. And then 22, I become full bhikkhu. But on the process, I learned, of course, meditation, the Shila, meditation, wisdom, and special, the Shamatha and Vipassana meditation, how to deal with my panic attacks. So I make my panic attacks as my teacher, my best friend. So that is what I consider, like what Buddha said, suffering. Then we look at the causes of suffering, then the liberation. So it took me 5 years, not so easy. But then in the end, I was 13 years old. I learned meditation from 9, and the 13, I had breakthrough. So, and that really helps me that right now I'm teaching Buddha Dhamma, this meditation a lot because of panic attacks. Of course, because of Buddha, number 1. Number 2, panic attacks. Suffering is, in another way, is wonderful.
Thank you, Rinpoche. May I request Master Shi, who is very, very dynamic and engaged in many, many kinds of activities, not just in monastic duties, but also in a lot of social work, relief work, art work, so many kinds of diverse activities. I'm sure this monastic life has given you a lot of fulfillment and strength to do so much. Could you share your experiences about why you became nun and how do you feel now?
首先，非常感谢 IBC 以及印度政府文化部的邀请，那能够有这个机会来参加第二次我们第2届我们全球佛教的一个高峰会。那在这里呢，非常的感谢主办单位让我们全球有40多个国家的这个出家人以及所有的大护法们，大家都回到了我们佛陀的地方。
Before I begin, let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude towards IBC and the Ministry of Culture in India for having given me this great opportunity to be part of this second Global Buddhist Forum Summit.
我的出家原因，也是一样，我是体会到人生真的很苦。
Dukkha also is the reason why I became a nun.
我从佛陀的教理当中，我找到一个离苦得乐的法门。
So through the Buddha's teachings, I learned how to become liberated from dukkha.
我的师父是台湾中台禅寺的开山方丈上尾下觉老和尚，教我禅修。
My Dharma teacher is the founding abbot of Zhongtai Zen Monastery, who taught me how to meditate.
他教我要从禅修当中先定心、静心、明心，这样3个法门，能够让我看清楚我自己的心。
So my master, Venerable Wei Jue, has taught me how to, first of all, calm my mind, and then to concentrate and to purify my mind. And that's how I can gain clarity.
因为禅修让我心能够定下来，也让我们在全世界各地都有开设的禅修班，有初级、中级、高级以及研经班的开设。
So because of the meditation practices, I was able to really calm my mind first, and then our monastery was also able to share the meditation method throughout the world. There are many meditation classes, different levels of them.
不仅如此，我的师父教我们，不仅呢我们自己禅修，还要服务于这个社会。所以只要世界各地有天灾地变，那我们一定都会出现的。
So my shifu, my teacher, taught me that we don't just meditate there. Whenever there are like disasters around the world, we have to reach out too. That's why I began to be very active in the world.
从日本的311这个海啸大地震，以及普吉岛海啸，以及四川汶川大地震、雅安大地震、尼泊尔大地震，我们都去了。
So that's why we became very active in disaster relief services. For example, the March 1st, tsunami, earthquake tsunami in Japan, and also in China as well. We tried to go there for the earthquake relief in Nepal. So we really try our best.
在教育的部分呢，我们对于台湾 只要我们学校的部分，有需要到浸会的，我们都尽我们的力量，全力以赴的去支持这一些偏乡的学校。
And back in Taiwan, we really devote a lot to education. We try to reach out to remote area, and we try to fund the educational programs there.
Thank you so much, Master Shi. I go to Reverend Tamioka. Just now you heard Master Shi sharing her experiences about how she practices and also how the services expand to so many people outside to reach out. So what do you think, this Sangha life, is it for individual, just individual, or is it for doing services, or what is the purpose of being the member of Sangha?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. And I would like to express my gratitude to IBC staff. And Sangha in Japan is a little bit difficult to explain because I think we have two ways of Sangha. One is like school, monastery. For example, me, when I was age 22 to age 30, I was in Zen monastery. It was like training. So waking up at 3 o'clock and chanting and meditation all the day and sleep at night. It is hard for me, to be honest. Then after that, we have to go back normal temple. In this temple, we have to make ceremony, also talking with the people. So it is different, the position. So for me, Sangha is a Zen monastery. So I born in temple because in Japan, sometimes temple is family business, and growing up in temple. And that time, I didn't want to be a monk, honestly, but when I graduated the university, after university, I went to the monastery, and that experience made me change. There is one master. The master gave me a teaching a lot, and then I decided to be a monk properly. So that was my experience and my feeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Venerable Tomioka-ji. Venerable One Kam, I would like to ask you, there are a few questions, but how do you interpret the role of Sangha in guiding the ethical conduct in the society? How can the Sangha give guidance to the society?
Oh, น้อมไหว้คุณพระศรีรัตนตรัยขอนมัสการพระเถระนุชิตเถระเจริญพรบรรดาแขกผู้มีเกียรติทั้งหลายที่นับถือ
First of all, may I respect tribal chiefs, distinguished guests, Dhamma brothers and sisters of the all distinguished guests.
ขอบอกขอบใจ IBC และรัฐบาลแห่งสาธารณรัฐอินเดียที่ได้รับความรับต้อนคณะสงฆ์ลาวในขณะนี้
I would like to express my profound appreciation to International Buddhist Confederation and the government of India for a perfect welcome for Laos delegates.
ขณะนี้อาตมาชื่อพระอาจารย์วันคำวงศาสุรินทร์
I
ห้องประธานศูนย์กลางอปสศูนย์กลางลาวหัวหน้ากรรมการปกครองสงฆ์ลาว
My name is most venerable Wan Kham Wongsa Surin, the vice president of the Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization of the Lao PDR and also director general of the governance Sangha.
พระสงฆ์ลาวมีบทบาทต่อสังคมลาวคือบวชเข้ามาแล้วต้องถือศีลห้าญาติโยมถือศีลห้าสามเณรถือศีล10สามเณรถือศีล10ศีล5ศีล8ศีล10ศีล227
Laos Mahasangha of the Laos plays a central role in the guiding the Buddhist community by guiding them to keep the 5 precepts, 10 precepts, and honor the monastic course that Buddhists should follow them.
บวชเข้ามาแล้วนำพาศิษย์สั่งสอนนำพาออกตัวญาติโยมปฏิบัติศีลธรรมช่วยเหลือสังคมออกตัวญาติโยมบรรดาเผ่าในทุกๆเผ่าทั่วประเทศให้มีความรุ่งเรืองสงบ
When become a Buddhist monk living in a monastery, we always help the Buddhist community, in particular the local community, to relieve them, try to urge them to understand the Buddhist principle and live a life peacefully. And then we urge the Buddhist community to go to the temple, to practice the Buddha Dhamma, in particular the sitting meditation and listening to the Dhamma, and try to practice in daily life. Okay. Thank you very much for your good question.
Thank you. Sangha is a great benefactor of the society. The Sangha, throughout the history, throughout even today, it is serving the society in many, many different ways. Even when the monks go or nuns go for pindapata or collecting food, and people are offering dana, and when they give metta, already that itself is so big service, compassion and loving kindness in practice, just being there, present, even without speaking. Then what to talk of giving the Dhamma, the teaching and guiding. So Sangha had been a great benefactor. And Sangha is structured organization, very, very well structured organization. The whole of Vinaya explains how it should be. And that's the reason why that constitution of the Sangha called Vinaya has kept the Sangha going on for very, very long time. So I would like to go to Mingu Rinpoche. This structured organization is, if it has to run, of course it has to run based on a lot of mindfulness. I'm asking you because of your expertise and teachings on mindfulness are quite well known. How this mindfulness works within the Sangha and how it is kept up, this order and the structure, generation after generation. Can you relate?
Yes, thank you. So, according to my tradition, the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, of course, has come from India, from Nalanda tradition. The foundation of the monastery order is, of course, based on Shila, Samadhi, Pranja, which is wisdom. And we have monastic rules based on the Shila. Then we have a lot of pray, meditation based on the samadhi. And then the wisdom, we have a lot of study, like, of course, Tripitaka, and we have also a lot of Shastras, like the Madhyamaka, the middle way is about emptiness. We have Abhidharma, and we have the Vinaya, the big volume. And then we have logic. So we do a lot of what we call valid cognition. We do a lot of debating in our monastery. Like Buddha said, don't take my words because of I say so. So you have to analyze, you have to bring into experience, then you take it. So this, like Nalinda tradition, of course from India, we try that debate also. And then we have mind training, like loving kindness, compassion practice. And then the inner stage of the realization. So a lot of study, and special, we have 3-year retreat for the meditation. So from morning, 3 o'clock, we have to wake up and sleep around 9 p.m. Whole day practice, meditation for 3 years. 3 years and 3 months. So, and these are how we practice in the monastery, and then how to work together, a Sangha community. And then what we call, once you learn, study and meditation complete, you need to help others for the society, through generosity, through what we call teaching, through writing book, in Tibetan what we call che, zi, zom, sum. Che meaning teaching, and zom meaning writing books, and the debate also. In the ancient time in Nalinda, there's a lot of debate, but now that kind of debate is not fighting, not really fighting. In the monastery, now now the debate become fighting. So, and of course dialogue, and so what we call the 9-fold practice: study, contemplate, meditate for yourself, and help others by teaching, writing book, debate. And the both is what we call kindness, and the moral ethic, follow the moral ethic. And then wise, khe zun sang sum in Tibetan. And then through that, whatever we can help the social, like for my monastery, we really helping the Himalayan region, like schools and healthcare, women's empowerment, related with environment protection, so many different ways to help in the different regions. So this is what Sangha, the responsibility we do.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Now, one very, very important practical question. You are leader in the Sangha, you are leader in the organization, and you are leader in your work. Certainly, the Sangha has given you a very good structured leadership role. I would like to ask if this Sangha model of leadership, how it works, that is first part, and can it be used for modern organizational structures in modern times? Yeah.
是可以的。以僧团的角色呢，我们可以运用到这个世俗当中，就算在企业界，在各个领域当中，其实是可以的。我们可以分为6点来讲。
Yes, definitely. Leadership training in the Sangha can also be applied to train leaders for different fields in business also. And there are 6 points I would like to mention.
在僧团当中呢，要维系的一个僧团，不管是在比丘尼会， 那么呢，这一个会的组织也好，或者是一个企业团体也好，第一个就是要分工合作，第二个要分层负责。
So in the Bhikshuni organization where I'm a leader for, it's just like being a leader in any organization or any field. First of all, you have to have division of labor, and then you have to assign responsibilities to your members.
第三个要充分授权。第四个要灵活管理。
And number three, as you assign the job, the role, you have to really give them authority. You have to trust them. And the next is that you have to be flexible.
第五个要与时俱进。
Number five, you have to progress with time.
第六个万法归宗。
Number six, eventually it comes back to one. Your mind.
Very good, yes. What a wonderful way of relating this Sangha leadership and organizational structure. How much the modern business or any organizations can learn. And this is not just for the sake of telling, but it has proved for thousands of years that how it has worked. And in Sangha, it is based on very close care, concern, brotherhood, sisterhood, togetherness. It is to develop relationships that not just help to live together for now, but it is for supporting towards enlightenment. So if we see this high order of this structure, surely I'm sure it is useful for the modern this one. Now I go to Bhante. I will. You are from Laos, and can you tell something about the Sangha in Laos itself? How is the Sangha? How are you practicing? And what are the challenges nowadays? Is it increasing or decreasing?
So he said, I'm really so excited. It's my first time. This is his first time to IBC.
พระสงฆ์เราในปัจจุบันนี้แต่ก่อนตั้งแต่ศาสนาพุทธที่นำเข้าประเทศลาวได้ประมาณ700-600 ปลายปีพันไม่แหละ600 ปลายปี700เนาะดังนั้นในการบวชอยู่ในประเทศลาวบวชด้วยความเชื่อความศรัทธาความศรัทธาความเชื่อว่าบุญคุณโทษว่ามีจริงบุญมีจริงอันหนึ่งอันสองกบวชเข้ามาแล้วนำพาพระสงฆ์สมณเณรปฏิบัติศีลธรรมกรรมฐานปฏิบัติสั่งสอนออกตนญาติโยมให้เข้าศีลเข้าธรรมรู้บาปบุญคุณโทษเนาะดังนั้น
First translator. Since of the official the introduction Buddhism from the Cambodia, maybe the 600 ago, when the Laos youth become a Buddhist monk, they study, practice, and not only study, but the practice, the Kammatthana, the insight meditation, and Samatha and Vipassana in meditation, and also the teach the good principle for the Lao Buddhist. And also the Buddhists also urge Lao Buddhists understand which is right and which is bad in their life. This is the core principle of the Lao Sangha do every day until now.
องค์การสงฆ์ลาวมีอยู่5กรรมธิการ
Right now, the Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization has 5 committees and 1 headquarters.
1กรรมธิการปกครองสงฆ์2กรรมธิการศึกษาสงฆ์3กรรมธิการสาธารณูปการ4กรรมธิการเผยแพร่ศีลธรรมวิปัสสนากรรมฐาน5กรรมธิการการต่างประเทศ
Yes, there are 5 committees and 1 headquarters. 5 committees. There are the 1 committee for governance Sangha, 2 committee for Sangha education, committee for the welfare beings, and committee for the Buddha Dhamma, the propagation, and committee for foreign affairs.
แต่ละปีคณะสงฆ์อปสศูนย์กลางจนฮอดอปสท้องถิ่นได้บวชสามเณรพักแรงแล้วก็ศิษย์สอนให้เยาวชนรุ่นนุ่มเอามาปฏิบัติกรรมฐาน
Yeah, the Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization every year organized youth ordination every year, urge children of the local people to to become a novice and study every year.
ถ้าเทียบใส่ปีและหลายปีผ่านมาถือว่าปัจจุบันนี้พระสงฆ์อยู่ในเราพระสงฆ์สามเณรเนาะพ่อข่าวแม่ข่าวถือว่ามีการเพิ่มขึ้น
Now the population of the Buddhist monks have increased every year compared to the previous years.
ย้อนลูกหลานเยาวชนเด็กน้อยออกตัวญาติโยมศรัทธาความเชื่อคำสอนของพระพุทธเจ้า
Because Lao Buddhists take interest in the Buddha Dhamma and Buddhism more and more every year increased. Right now there are more than 26,000 Buddhist monks and about maybe 90% of the population are Buddhist across the country. Thank you very much.
That's very, very inspiring information, Bhante, and it's inspiration for others also to the increasing, because in other parts it is decreasing. Yeah. I will come to our Japanese brother. So now you are in the technology, we are all in the technology age, and Japan has advanced quite far in technology. So does this technology and the technological life has helped or harmed the Sangha, or how it can be integrated if it is helping?
Yes, I would say sometimes yes, sometimes no. So firstly, I have to explain. I only can say my denomination, because in Japan there are 60 denominations. So I only know my Zen denomination, Rinzai Zen. I only can say these things. Firstly, I have to say these things. And like, for example, like smartphone. So when I was young, when I was in monastery, nobody has a smartphone. But nowadays, young guys, of course, have a smartphone, and talking with the master, some master talk with disciple with a smartphone because master has to go out sometimes. Then our most important things is talking with master one by one, and master gave us the question, and disciple has to think all the day this kind of question. But if we have smartphone, we can have this session many times, but maybe session in smartphone is no good. All the people say like that, but I'm not sure this is good or not. But yes, but we have to use the good way by technology. And I would say Japan is not technology country anymore. Maybe India, no new countries is more. It's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venkata. We will come to the practical part of learnings from the Sangha. I would like to ask Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche. Conflicts are there everywhere. Conflicts are there even in the families, in the organizations. Lord Buddha has given, of course, wonderful Vinaya and conflict management. So I would like to request you to throw some light from Sangha point of view, conflict management in the Sangha and also in the modern times.
Yeah, so according to Nalanda tradition, we practice within the Sangha and also beyond what we call 4 enlightened activities. So 4 enlightened activity, the first one is peaceful activity, second, enrichment or enhancement activity, third, magnetizing or inspiring activity, and the last is what we call powerful activity or forceful activity. So what we call, everybody has different mentality, personality, so many variety, and the activity we need to have also variety. And maybe I give example about, because how we can bring this out of a monastery. Many people ask me a question. So sometimes I give this answer with how you can help your children. So the first activity is peaceful activity with your children. You know, be kind, be there, listen, become their friend, be patient, don't control all the time. So the peaceful activity, I think it really, really helps. But then sometimes children need something different, something more. So second activity is enhancing or development, like reward. Maybe parents sometimes give a reward. Wow, children very happy. Or what we call different generosity. Also spiritual generosity. Also love and compassion generosity. Protection, material generosity. So something enhancing, something development is really good. And then sometimes there's help for the children, but then some children need something different. And number 3 is what we call inspire, like magnetic. So no need to give anything, no need to have something, any other material, but you become inspirational. So now I heard from the USA, the group of monks, they're working for peace. They do nothing, they don't give, they just playing role model, right? So that is the become like what we call the third activity, inspiration or the magnetizing activity. And number 4, sometimes we need to have ground rules, boundaries. Like if your children become illegal, taking drugs, there is natural force, the boundary. So with this 4 activity, it really helps to guide in the Sangha. We have this in our management system like that, and also beyond the community.
Wonderful, wonderful. We can see how the Sangha, Lord Buddha had foreseen, Lord Buddha had deep understanding about all kinds of mental natures, different natures of the different monks and nuns, and how he has given these methods to train up and manage. And I would like to go with Venerable Shi. How do you consider about conflicts? Are there any conflicts within the Sangha, and how you would like to use those conflict management in your work with your organization, huge organization?
我们的僧团很少冲突。
First of all, happy to report to you, we don't have conflicts.
Sadhu,
Hardly
sadhu.
conflicts in our Sangha.
我的师父教我们要对上以敬。
Our teacher, our master taught us, towards the senior, we always respect.
对下以慈。
And towards the junior, we always have loving kindness.
对人以和。
So towards all, we always have harmony with them.
对事以真。
And whenever we deal with matters, we are sincere, we are serious.
我们都秉着师父教导我们的，我们都努力的去学习。那要是有纷争的话呢，大家就不要呼吸，不要呼吸，先停止，先停止，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，就过了。那这个就是禅修的好处。
Okay, so with that teaching, we have made everyone's motto. And whenever there's about to have some friction, we would remind each other, okay, motto, motto, and stop, stop. And then that's breathe. And so that's how we return to ourselves and we, reconcile the situation.
So practical, so practical, and just with these few fundamental tips that Venerable has given: respect and love. So already most of the conflicts are gone. Instead of that, people are more engaged in ego. Oh, I am right, you are wrong, and you have to follow me, or I cannot follow you. Such ideas, they make conflicts even stronger and stronger, and selfishness brings a lot of problems. We will go to Bhante. In this topic that is given, there is a word called rituals. But do we have rituals, Bhante? In the English, and how much they are helpful, or if any rituals are harmful.
But so popular เป็นศาสนาที่ว่าศาสนาพุทธคนเราถือศาสนาพุทธหลายกว่าศาสนาอื่นกว่ามาอยู่ 90%
In Laos, in Lao PDR, the Buddhists among the 90% of the East population, and surely to understand the rituals.
ในนั้นมีหลายชนเผ่ามีอยู่60ปลายชนเผ่า
Laos PDR right now has 50 tribes across Laos with 70 million population.
ในการถือศาสนาเคารพ ธรรมเนียมฮีตของประเพณีมีอยู่หลายชนเผ่าผสมกัน
All the tribes has a unique cultural dimensions in local the communities like his song 12 traditions. Every month has rituals every month start from January to December. At certain path the people urge the Buddhists, how do we perform rituals in 1 month? 1 month we must gather in the one monastery, because in Laos one village has one monastery, and villagers 1 month gather in the monastery to do perform rituals.
มีถือพุทธถือผีถือพราหมณ์มีอยู่หลายเพราะฉะนั้นในการศาสนพิธีนี้ก็มีการเคารพนับถือตามฮีตของบรรพบุรุษของภายของเรา
Because it allows Buddhism go along with rituals and essence the belief. So as a Buddhism, Buddha teachings, we believe all are not harming other. We respect each other, even to the local belief, our Buddhism, but we have the unique unity of the Buddhism, like love a party, love one party, one Sangha, not the different, not other different groups in Laos.
แต่ในนั้นในการเชื่อถือแต่ละฮีตของประเพณีแต่ละศาสนาพิธีนั้นสามารถเฮ็ดนำกันได้ร่วมกันได้
So all the rituals, even though the national or local rituals, we can do together, not different, even though the different points of view, but we respect and we go together and we try to perform the rituals with compassion dimensions in our mind.
ยึดเอาความสามัคคีภายในประเทศภายในชนเผ่าภายในศาสนาเป็นหลักของนมัสการขอบใจ
Our Buddhism plays an important role to uniting the all tribes together, mix it together. Like one village has one monastery in Laos. Thank you very much for your question.
So rich, very rich culture, Bhante, very rich culture. All these practices are based on one or the other profound teachings of the Buddha. That's why these practices, these rituals, which we call ritual, most of them are Dhamma-based, wisdom-based, something to change our mind. These practices are there, and to keep up for generation to generation is not that easy. So now I go to Venerable Tomiokaji, generation to generation. The same question I would like to ask you also, Venerable Shi, after that. How do you see that in the next generation to generation, the values of the Sangha are useful and they're transmitted? How do you see that it can be done?
So temple in Japan, the function is funeral ceremony. Normally we make a ceremony in a temple for the ancient, like after 1 year, after 3 years, and old people in Japan really wants to this kind of ceremony, and they are coming to the temple in Japan. But young people don't want these kind of things. They're not interested about that. Then we have to think about it. Then young people want to social issue in Japan. If the temple in Japan is doing the social problem or social issue, the young people really want to come to the temple in Japan. So that's why now we focus on the social issue, or maybe if the earthquake happen in Japan, we have to go by volunteer. Many monks are going by volunteer to tsunami or somewhere, or these kind of things maybe help us temple in Japan. So that's we are trying, especially Japan Buddhist Federation that I belongs to. So that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So would you continue with how to pass on this Sangha to the next generations, and they have to be inspired and continue this, that more and more people become monks or nuns, and is there a way, or a non-monastic inspiration to the youngsters? They don't become monks or nuns, but they look at the Sangha as some kind of inspiration.
这就是我们道场呢也在思考的这个方向。那因为现在呢，年轻人他想要来出家，事实上是不容易。
Exactly, that's been been in our thoughts, because these days for the younger generation to become monastics is not as easy as before.
所以我们就开设了儿童禅修班。那有小孩子从3岁、4岁、5岁、6岁，他就进来到这个禅修班。那当然你要有多元化的一个课程给他。小孩子来了，爸爸妈妈他就跟着来了。那所以呢，爸爸妈妈、小孩子都一起来学禅修。那也从这样子教育他，慢慢他成为佛法家庭。也因此也让他想要到，我也想要出家，所以我们在这个全世界各地呢都有开设这个儿童禅修班，也就是为了教育下一代，来培育下一代的这个出家人。
So what we came up with is that we set aside the idea to bring in young people to join the the Sangha. Instead, we focus on education for children. So starting from 3, 4, or 5, we would bring in children. We teach them meditation. And because when children come, their parents also come. So that would be an opportunity to also teach the Buddha Dhamma to the young parents, and slowly, in all the branches of our monastery all over the world, we try to pass on this Dhamma teachings, and hopefully in the future there will be some, young people who would like to join the Sangha.
出家是不能勉强的，要他自己发自他自己的内心。
Because you cannot force young people to come to the temple to become monastics. It has to come from their own heart, their own passion.
我对于佛陀的教化，我非常的有信心。我相信呢，我们已经离开的这个祖师大德。那诸佛菩萨也会千百亿化身来，不会因着时代的转换转变，而虽然少子化当中，也不会因为少子化时空的转换，那就不会有出家人了。我不相信，因为诸佛菩萨是很慈悲的，他们都会乘愿再来。我就告诉我自己，我死了以后，我还是要再来出家。
I have full confidence in the Buddha Dhamma, and we also believe in life after life. There were so many wonderful, highly achieved practitioners who also had the aspiration to come back. So of course we're gonna have young new blood joining the Sangha. I believe for myself, for example, I already had that vow. I'm gonna return to join the Sangha again after my passing.
Very nice, very nice. Time is up already. The time what was given is up. And just before we conclude, one question we can take, and Mingyu Rinpoche will answer that. Shall we take his question? Okay, Japanese. Okay, then there will be two questions. One to Japanese Venerable. Yes, please.
Sorry to say that the Venerable mentioned about the family business is the Japanese temples in Japan, and there are 60 denominations in Japan, and all the denominations are in family business or only the Zen tradition.
Thank you for your question. Maybe I took wrong word. not business, but actually in Japan there is a lot of small temples, and normally maybe your country's temples have a lot of monks, 60 or 100, but in Japan the temple is very small, normally, and 4 or 5, or sometimes nobody is there, and these 50 years, we protect the temple by family. So then they, of course, sometimes they have a son, and this son gonna be monk, and he also protects the temple. He's really, sometimes he's really good monks. So I think this is not only bad things. So firstly, I have to say these things. And denomination, your question, depends on denomination, but my feeling, most of denomination can marry, of course, but depends on person. So, for example, my denomination, master cannot marry because he has to educate the disciple. Also, maybe small rules in denomination, but I guess we don't care if he's married or not.
Thank you. That fortunately, there are other countries we don't have that. Thank you.
One question, whom we will take?
Okay, your point.
This lady, because there was already complaint, so we'll give a preference to lady. Yes.
Rinpoche, when you were answering about disharmony in Sangha and, practices for harmony, I was interested more in that because I'm a volunteer at Tushita Center, Delhi, which is in Delhi in Hoskas, and all are welcome to drop in. But, I'm thinking about when in these centers, there's usually hierarchies. And then there's also teams of, volunteers or people trying to work maybe laterally. So it's like hierarchical and lateral. How do we balance those two where people don't feel, left out and their opinions aren't heard? But then also there has to be some kind of, hierarchy where somebody takes the final decision and says yes or no. So that.
Yeah, so I think what Buddha suggests is using elders as inspiration to seek their advice. It's become like a natural hierarchy normally. It's like in the forest, everything work together. Trees, some is very tall, maybe bamboo is not so tall, but bamboo and tree has different unique quality. Tree cannot become bamboo, bamboo cannot become tree, but they coexist. It's kind of like a natural hierarchy. But at the same time, as you said, there's an equality. Like Buddha said, in order to make decision, you have to ask the Sangha member. So you cannot make decision for the Sanghas. You have to listen to everybody. So there's ask a question, and then in the past, nobody says something, they may agree. So Buddha said, I asked this 3 times. If no one said disagree, that means I am approved, that everybody agree. But now modern days, we need to ask more, right? I think this is a kind of like, normally, in my tradition, what we call the wisdom followed by multiplicity. Like table has 4 pieces, so small pieces, and they have to join together for the purpose of holding the cups. So the purpose is loving kindness, compassion. And then number 3 is impermanent, has to change according to the reality on the ground. So change purpose of love and compassion, and everybody has a different unique kind of like structure, organization, unique team has unique responsibility, but they work together for love and compassion, and also changing, evolving, impermanence.
Thank you, Rinpoche. Just one thought came to me. We know in Sangha, like Samanera, Bhikshu, and like this. What is Rinpoche?
Rinpoche meaning diamond. So Rinpoche meaning the precious one. Precious one. So sometime we have Rinpoche become like who finished all the study, 3-year retreat, and then we have name of Rinpoche. Sometimes we have reincarnated from past life, the special way to recognize, become Rinpoche. Rinpoche is like senior kind of like a monastic member. Or sometimes we have also another path, lay practitioner, who did a lot of study, a lot of practice, like Samanera, based on Samanera, then practice Samadhi, meditation, and then also can get Rinpoche name also.
Thank you so much. Time is up, and this Sangha dynamics, how it has kept alive. It is not just a community of practitioners, but it is a living field of practice. And Sangha is also the field of merit, as Lord Buddha says. Lot of lay people support to the Sangha who have renounced everything, and Sangha supports the lay people by keeping the Dhamma alive and teaching. So this relationship is so crucial for the survival of Buddha Shasana. So let us continue to work towards that, respecting the contributions of the Sangha, and this interdependence and the responsibility. And Sangha is, when you see Sangha, already a thought will come, oh, there is something living in the human form. Some Dhamma is living in the human form. So Sangha represents that also. So we can keep on discussing more and more, but Sangha ultimately is our Kalyana Mitra, our best friend, noble friend, admirable friend. And Lord Buddha says that friendship, when Ananda Bhante, his attendant, told to Lord Buddha, oh Bhagavan, this spiritual life spiritual life is half the spiritual life is this noble friendship, Kalyana Mitrata. Then Buddha says, no, Sakala me vidam, not just half, complete spiritual life is this Kalyana Mitrata, to have this noble friendship. So Lord Buddha said, he himself is the greatest noble friend, and then Sangha has continued that as noble friend. Within the Sangha, every monk is noble friend for each other. Otherwise, we can't even do one simple Sangha procedure, simple confession, single forgiveness. You see, even for that we need Sangha. Then Sangha as good friends to the lay people on the path of Dhamma. So this wonderful, valuable organization that Buddha has given based on the practices to awakening. It is not just organization for the sake of continuing, but for the sake of awakening, be it Theravada or Zen or Vajrayana or Mahayana, it doesn't matter. It is with one goal that all the monks and nuns take up the vows to develop and also to help others. So we are very, very grateful to Lord Buddha and all our great fathers and mothers in the Sangha who have practiced and protected and passed on up to our times. This is not a simple heritage that they have given, so we are very grateful to all of them, to our teachers who have given us this invaluable gift. So with this gratitude to the great Sangha and our teachers, gratitude to IBC, International Buddhist Confederation. Personally, I am very thankful to them and our Haldarji, very, very, very dynamic. Our Ravindra Patji and all the IBC team, I must tell you how they are working. Whenever I call and interact with them, I see that they are running. Most of the time they are working 24/7. Every month there is an event, one or the other event taking place. And I congratulated IBC team person, and they said it is all because of our Abhijit Haldarji who keeps this moving, and I can understand that. Congratulations, and really, we are very grateful to all of you. Thank you very much, and with this, we conclude this session. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Moderator, as well as all the panelists, for such a wonderful deliberation and discussion. Before you leave the stage, I will request Most Venerable Buddha Bhakta Shri Sarananankaraji Naike Theroji, President IBC, to please come on the stage and present a memento to all the panelists who are here and give an insight about the system, how the Sangha dynamics works and Sangha dynamics. Most Venerable Buddha Bhakta Shri Sarananankara Naike Theroji, President IBC, will be presenting a memento to all the panelists on the stage. As you know, Venerable Ananda Bhante, General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore, India, who moderated this session. Most Venerable Yongge Mengyur Rinpoche, Meditation Master from Nepal, was part of this session. So please bring the mementos in that side, sir, please. We had in this from Japan, Reverend Kosho Tomiyoko, Director, Japan Buddhist Federation, Japan, was part of this. We also had Most Venerable Wan Hong Wong Saulin, Vice President of Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization of the Lao, and who is also Director General of the Committee for Sangha Governance Lao, PDR. Venerable Ananda Bhante, General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore, who moderated this session. We had the honor having him in this session as moderator. And in this session, we also were privileged to have Most Venerable Yongge Mengyur Rinpoche, Meditation Master from Nepal, and Master Shri Jian Yin, Secretary General, Buddhist Association of Thailand. Thank you very much. We are grateful to all the venerables for their wonderful presence, contribution, deliberations, and giving us an insight about the Sangha dynamics through their roles, rituals, and practices in Buddha Dhamma, how it is being done and how it should be. So with this, we conclude our fifth session, but you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is 2 days, second Global Buddhist Summit organized by International Buddhist Confederation. And after the completion of these 5 sessions on different and very important topics and themes, it's now time for the valedictory speech. And for that, I have the honor to invite on stage Most Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha, who is founder and president of Mahabodhi Institution of the Meditation Center and member IBC. He is also a member of IBC. So I am privileged, I am honored to invite the Most Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha for this valedictory speech while we are moving towards the conclusion of this summit. The Most Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha, founder and president of Mahabodhi Institution of Meditation Center and member IBC, is going to present the valedictory speech for you.
Please bear a few minutes more. This is the last part of this summit. I won't take much time. I kindly request you to sit quietly. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami. May all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Devas and Nagas, saints and sages from all the directions of the universe may kindly look at us and shower their blessings upon all of us for the success of our coming together in this beautiful hall of the Bharat Mantam in Delhi, the capital city of our great country, India. Most respected Venerable Sangha, respected Supreme Patriarchs and heads of the different Buddhist traditions, diplomats and dignitaries, distinguished scholars, practitioners, sisters and brothers in Dhamma from across the world. As we come to the close of the second Global Buddhist Summit, our hearts are filled with gratitude, reflections, and quiet resolve. I begin by expressing my profound appreciations to the International Buddhist Confederation and to the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, for their visions and dedication in organizing this historic gathering. I also extend heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the Supreme Patriarchs, Sangha leaders, scholars, lay practitioners, and delegates who have traveled from near and far to share their wisdom, experience, and sincere dialogue. Who combines the actions with inner spiritual values. His emphasis on the yoga, forgive me, I missed one para. I would also like to place on the record my sincere appreciation to the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. In a world deeply in need of the moral clarity and compassionate leadership, he stands out as a karma yogi, the one who combines the actions with inner spiritual values. His emphasis on yoga, meditation, and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbaka, the understanding that world is one family, reflects and values deeply rooted in the Buddha Dhamma. At the global level, his role as peacemaker has been visible and courageous. His effort to engage with all sides during the moments of international conflicts, including the Russia-Ukraine crisis, demonstrate a commitment to dialogue, balance, and the pursuits of the peace rather than divisions, resonating strongly with the Buddha's path of middle way. It is also important to acknowledge his unreserved support to Buddha Dhamma, from promoting India's Buddhist heritage and granting classical language status to the Pali, to spearheading the returned and grand international expeditions of the sacred Piprawa relics of the Lord Buddha. These initiatives are not merely administrative decisions. They affirm deep respect for the Buddha's teachings and help preserve the spiritual and philosophical foundation that continues to guide millions of people across the world. On the global stage, India today being seen not merely as the origins of the Buddha Dhamma, but as the living torchbearer of the Buddha's legacy. Through outreach across Asia, support for the conservation of the sacred sites, symbolic gestures such as sharing the Bodhi tree siblings, and initiatives that strengthen the cultural and spiritual ties, the Buddha Dhamma is being presented as a bridge of trust and friendship among nations. Platforms such as Global Buddhist Summit have created a sustained space where world collectively turns to the Buddha's teachings for responses to the contemporary crisis. Over the past 2 days, we have not merely attended the conference, we have participated in a collective reflection on the conditions of our world and on the timeless relevance of Buddha Dhamma. At a time when the humanity faces conflicts, environmental crisis, social fragmentations, and deep inner unrest, this summit has reminded us that the timeless teachings of Lord Buddha are not the relics of the past, they are living guides for the present and the future. The Buddha is not merely a historical figure, he is the throbbing healing power, he is the influential thought, he is the illuminating vision that continues to shape humanity across the millennia. He is the power of non-violence that can silence conflict, the power of truth that can overcome ignorance, and the power of fraternity that can unite the nations. The Buddha is not only of the past, he is the present in our conscience. He is the future of the world seeking peace, wisdom, and moral directions. It is deeply significant that this global gathering has taken place in India, the sacred land where the Buddha Dhamma was born. The Buddha Dhamma arose here as the light of Bihar, illuminating the land of his origin. From here, it became the light of India, shaping a civilization grounded in compassion and wisdom. From India, it spread as the light of Asia, enriching cultures, philosophies, and the way of life across the vast regions. And today it stands as the light of the world, offering hopes to humanity, searching for peace and harmony. The deep historical and spiritual bond between Buddha Dhamma and India cannot be overlooked. It was India's great fortune that the Buddha Dhamma traveled beyond its borders in neighboring and distant lands. It was preserved, practiced, and lived with a profound devotion. Through centuries, it continues to flourish and inspire millions of people, carrying the fragrance of India's spiritual wisdom across the world. Today, we are witnessing a profound moment in history. The world, troubled by violence, greed, and hatred, is increasingly looking towards the beautiful teachings of Buddha as a final refuge of sanity and compassion. In such a time, the timeless words of Buddha from the Dhammapada echoes with renewed urgency. Nahi verena verani samantida kudachanang averena cha sammanti esadammo sanantano. Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. It is appeased only by non-hatred. This is the eternal law. Many see in the Buddha Dhamma not just philosophy, but the power of compassion, capable of healing the individual, societies, and nation. In this sense, the gathering of the global Buddhist leaders and practitioners here is not merely symbolic. It represents the return of the Buddha to his birthplace through collective reflections, dialogue, and commitment. It is the signs of India's spiritual reawakening, and it is renewed offering of the compassion wisdom to the world. In our own time, we see these eternal teachings expressed not only in words, but in courageous action. A moving example is the work for peace undertaken by some Buddhist monks across the United States of America, walking thousands of miles to promote peace and non-violence and compassion, accompanied by simple Indian dog named Aloka. Their journey has touched the hearts of the countless people. It is deeply inspiring to witness thousands upon thousands of people across the towns and cities coming out to greet these monks with tears in their eyes and flowers in their hands, offering respect and gratitude. This is a powerful reminder that when the Dhamma is lived with sincerity and humility, it transcends the cultures and the borders and speaks directly to the human heart. This historic peace work undertaken by the group of bhikkhus is perfectly on the line of the Buddha's word, Charatta bhikkhabe charikang bhaujana hitaya bhaujana sukhaya lokanukampaya. Go, O bhikkhus, go forth for the good of many, for the happiness of many, out of compassion for world. The theme of the summit, collective wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence, has resonated deeply throughout our deliberations. We have seen that wisdom does not arise in isolation. It brings maturity when the voices are listened to one another with humility and respect. A united voice does not mean uniformity. It means harmony rooted in shared values, mutual coexistence, not merely a tolerance, but the active commitment to compassion, non-harming, and interdependence. India has long been revered as a Vishwaguru, a teacher to the world. Yet it was the Buddha who gave this idea its highest and the truest meaning. Through his awakening, India became not only the land of knowledge, but the beacon of wisdom and compassion for all humanity. The greatest gift India has offered to the world is not the power of bombs and guns and conquest, but the timeless teachings of Lord Buddha, the power of compassion, guiding human beings towards peace, ethical living, and liberations from suffering. The thematic sessions of the summit have offered rich and practical insights. We reflected on social harmony grounded in collective wisdom. We explored the right livelihood and ethical entrepreneurship in the world driven by profit and greed. We have examined how science, healthcare, and sustainable living can be guided by mindfulness and responsibility. We discuss learning and education illuminated by the Dhamma, and we engage deeply with the Sangha dynamics, reaffirming the vital role of the monastic community as the custodians and exemplars of the Buddha's path. Today, the Buddha Dhamma has the largest community of the ordained Sangha members, monks and nuns among the world's spiritual tradition. The Sangha therefore carries a profound responsibility to preserve and share the Buddha's message with clarity, courage and wisdom, especially in the age of complex and unprecedented global challenges. More than ever, the Sangha must remain united, firmly grounded in the Dhamma, and committed to serving humanity with compassion and insight. This calls for moving beyond the localized areas and reviving the missionary spirit of the service inspired by the legacy of the Emperor Ashoka, rooted in deep study of the Tripitaka, faithful observation of the Vinaya, and the responsible engagement with the world. I would like to offer my sincere appreciation to all the esteemed speakers, panelists, and who have enriched this summit with their insight, experience, and deep reflection. Your thoughtful presentations and the meaningful dialogue have brought clarity to the complex challenges and demonstrated how the Buddha Dhamma continues to offer practical guidance in today's world. Each session reflected not only scholarly depth, but also lived wisdom grounded in compassion, ethical responsibilities, mindful engagement. Through your words, the Dhamma was not merely a discussion, but vividly brought to life. I am especially grateful for the spirits of openness and mutual respect with which diverse traditions, perspectives, and disciplines were shared. This spirit truly embodied the essence of collective wisdom and a united voice. Your contribution have planted the seeds of reflection that will continue to inspire individual institutions and societies long after this summit concludes. On behalf of all the participants, I thank you for your dedication, humility, and service to the Buddha Dhamma and to humanity at large. The exhibition reminded us that the culture and spirituality work together. The sacred relics and the India's living heritage of Buddha Dhamma outreach spoke not only of the history, but of a continuity and responsibility. The demonstrations of the Nurbu, the honor as the Kalyana Mitra, showed us how technology, when guided by ethical intention, can become a spiritual friend rather than a source of destruction. This reflects our responsibility to guide modern tools with ancient wisdom. As we recall the first global Buddhist summit held in 2023, we can see a clear progression. From reflecting on the responses to the contemporary challenges, we have now moved towards strengthening unity, dialogue, and shared responsibility. This continuity reflects a growing maturity in the global Buddhist engagement. Dear friends, the true success of this summit will not be measured by a number of sessions we held or the statement issued. It will be measured by what we carry back to our communities, countries, institutions, and daily life. If the collective wisdom remains only within the conference hall, it loses its power. If the united voice is not expressed through compassionate action, it remains incomplete. If mutual coexistence does not shape our policies, economies, education system, and personal relationship, it remains as an aspiration rather than a lived reality. I would like to say a few words to the youth, who are the future of our nations and of the world. The future does not rest only in technology or power, but in the values you choose to live by. Let your strength be guided not by anger, but by wisdom. Let your ambition be shaped not by rivalry, but by service. Let your success be measured not only by what you achieve for yourself, but by how much you uplift others. In this way, you become true heirs of the Buddha's legacy. The Buddha taught us peace begins within, but it does not end there. The inner transformation must naturally flow into social responsibility. As Sangha members, scholars, and lay practitioners, we share a sacred duty to embody the Dhamma with the integrity, simplicity, and courage. Let us speak with one voice against violence, exploitations, and hatred. Let us work together to protect life, dignity, and natural world. Let us nurture the minds rooted in wisdom and hearts anchored in compassion. As we conclude, I express my gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of the summit, both seen and unseen. May the friendships formed here continue to grow. May the dialogue begun here deepen and bear fruit. And may the light of the Buddha Dhamma born on this sacred soil of a great country, Bharat, continue to guide humanity toward peace and harmony and coexistence. Thank you so much for your patience, tolerance to hearing this last. I hope this has not been the last but not the least, as we have saying. Thank you. It was such a great pleasure to see so many Sangha members and Buddhist scholars, devotees from all over the world coming here. Our heartfelt gratitude once again to our Honorable Prime Ministers and the Minister of Cultures and our dynamic leaders, our Rinpoche General Secretary and our great leaders, Abhijit Haldar sir, Abhijit Haldar ji, and your entire dynamic teams. Thank you so much organizing such a huge gathering, summit in here is not so easy, we know it. We are grateful to you. May Lord Buddha bless you all with good health and all the favorable conditions to continue your great work, revival of Buddha Dhamma in India and beyond. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are honored, Most Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha ji, with your valedictorian speech. And ladies and gentlemen, declaration on the second Global Buddhist Summit is also to be presented. But before that, we have something special for you. I will request all of you to please remain seated for a few more minutes. We have amongst us a Tibetan spiritual singer who is currently living in Switzerland. His name is Lawton Lamlinga. He was in fact born in Darjeeling, India, and later on shifted from there. So today, Mr. Lawton Lamling is going to present a song on Milarepa. So I am requesting him to be on a stage. He's already on a stage. So I think let's welcome him on a stage with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Lawton Lamling for his presentation, a song on Milarepa.
Hello. So What a great honor. I want to thank the organizers for spontaneously inviting me to sing here. Just 2 days ago, I didn't know about this amazing conference because I've been traveling and singing songs of Milarepa and traditional Tibetan songs to many of my friends around the world. And when I came back to India, a very good friend of mine told me that, Lodin, there is this conference here, and there are so many spiritual masters. So usually I come, as a Tibetan, I'm used to bowing down in front of the spiritual masters. So I came here to pay homage to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. I sing these Milarepa songs, but today I want to tell you just quickly, not using the lot of time that I can, there are so many wonderful things here happening. Last year, on the 6th of July, just before the 6th of July, I was in India, and as a child, I wanted to play this flute. And because of His Holiness Dalai Lama's blessing and this special occasion, I learned to play this flute. And this is purely an offering. So please take it as an offering. This is a song of Jitun Milarepa on Jilane kula sova adi tangri zhi sin ba qin ye lu Naki pa nyingi ma so chang du ba tai ma so war Riche diru na nejo samba zo ba yin ye ba chogi ma zo Nawa sinu mazowar Riche diru Nejo samba zoba in Shiwa mi mazo shin Roru chai matong war Rite diru na Nejo samba zoba in Sharu tang me jie pa tang Sa yu bu yi sawaru Rite diru na Nejo samba zoba in Rola komi me patang Shinangumi me paru Rite diru na Nejo samba zoba in Mime lumbe ta pudu Tangbo chiwe melandi Doe tundu te pasho Temna samba zoba in
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawton Lamling, for such a beautiful presentation, which was in the form of a song on Milarepa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite on a stage Mr. Abhijit Haldar, Director General of IBC, to present the declaration of the Second Global Buddhist Summit 2026. Mr. Abhijit Haldarji, please.
Good evening and Namo Buddhaya. We are sort of short of time and we'll have to rush through. So this declaration, I would request if it can be displayed on the screen. I'll try to read it as fast as possible. And yes, there can't be any conference without a declaration because all of you have come, you've participated. So based on the core essence of whatever has transpired over the last 2 days, there's a declaration which has been worked out. Copies of these will be handed out to you subsequently. So I'll start off here. Declaration of the Second Global Buddhist Summit 2026, New Delhi, 24th, 25th January. Collective wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence. It goes like this. We, the participants of the Second Global Buddhist Summit 2026, comprising venerable members of the Sangha, Buddhist scholars, practitioners, policymakers, educators, civil society representatives, and thought leaders from diverse Buddhist traditions and regions of the world, convened at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi on 24-25 January 2026 under the aegis of the International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, recalling the outcomes of the first Global Buddhist Summit in 2023 and reaffirming our shared commitment to translating the timeless wisdom of the Buddha Dhamma from philosophy into compassionate and ethical action in response to contemporary global challenges, guided by the Buddha's teachings on Paticca Samuppada, which is dependent origination, compassion, karuna, wisdom, prajna, ethical conduct, sila, non-violence, ahimsa, and right livelihood, which illuminate the deep interdependence of all beings and the shared responsibility for peace, harmony, and well-being. Recognizing that the modern world faces profound social, political, economic, environmental, and psychological challenges marked by conflict, inequality, alienation, ecological degradation, and erosion of trust, affirming that collective wisdom, when nurtured through dialogue, ethical engagement, and mutual respect, generates a united moral voice capable of guiding societies towards harmony, justice, and sustainable coexistence, acknowledging the richness and diversity of Buddhist traditions, and affirming that unity in the Buddha Dhamma is strengthened not by uniformity, but by respectful plurality, grounded in shared values and common purpose. As participants of the GBS, we hereby solemnly declare the following. Now, this is the declaration based on the previous text. Number 1, reaffirmation of collective wisdom. We affirm that wisdom attains its fullest expression through community, dialogue, shared ethical aspiration. Collective wisdom rooted in the Buddha Dhamma is essential for addressing global challenges and nurturing peaceful, inclusive, and resilient societies. Point number 2, united voice for peace and social harmony. We commit to strengthening a united Buddhist voice that promotes peace, non-violence, compassion, and reconciliation, while respecting cultural, doctrinal, and regional diversity within the global Buddhist community. Point number 3, commitment to mutual coexistence. We affirm that coexistence of all sentient beings is not mere tolerance, but an active, mindful recognition of interdependence. We pledge to advance models of coexistence grounded in empathy, dialogue, and shared responsibility for the well-being of all beings. Number 4, interfaith and intercultural engagement. We encourage sustained, meaningful interfaith and intercultural dialogue, drawing upon the Buddha's teachings on right speech, good friendship, that is Kalyana Mitta, and peaceful dispute resolution to foster trust, mutual understanding, and collaborative peace building. Point number 5, ethical livelihood and responsible economic conduct. We endorse the principle of right livelihood as a foundation for ethical entrepreneurship, inclusive economic development, and mindful engagement with material progress, ensuring that economic activity serves human dignity and ecological balance. Point number 6, health, science, and sustainable living. We recognize the growing relevance of Buddhist insights for mental health, healthcare, scientific inquiry, and sustainable living. We encourage interdisciplinary research and practice that integrate ancient wisdom with modern knowledge for holistic well-being. Point number 7, education and transmission of the Dhamma. We commit to strengthening Dhamma-centered education that is experiential, inclusive, and adaptive to contemporary realities, enabling future generations to internationalize and live the values of mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom. Point number 8, role of the Sangha and community life. We reaffirm the central role of the Sangha as a living embodiment of collective practice, ethical discipline, and spiritual friendship, and support efforts to reinterpret Sangha dynamics in ways that strengthen community resilience and unity in diversity. Point number 9 and the last point, global responsibility and environmental stewardship. We acknowledge the urgency of ecological crisis and affirm the Buddhist ethical responsibility to protect nature, recognizing the inseparable link between human flourishing and environmental sustainability. Call to action. We call upon Buddhist institutions, governments, international organizations, educational bodies, and civil society to draw upon the principles articulated in this declaration and to collaborate in translating the Buddha Dhamma into compassionate policies, ethical governance, and socially responsible action. Finally, conclusion, inspired by the eternal teaching that hatred does not cease by hatred, but by non-hatred, we reaffirm our shared resolve to embody the spirit of collective wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence, and to work together for a peaceful, just, and compassionate world for present and future generations. Adopted, New Delhi, 25th January 2026. Thank you very much. But before I end, I won't get a chance to say this, but I just wanted to thank in the last panel two people who played an important role. One is Mrs. Christy Chang, who was supporting Master Shi Jianyin doing the interpretation. The other is Mrs. Ranjana Mukherjee, who's head of the East Asian Department of the University of Delhi, who was assisting Reverend Kosho Tomioko. And finally, everybody tends to forget the individual who for 2 days has been carrying on the deliberations. That is the MC Janendraji. He has a wonderful voice and he is very famous. And let me tell you, he does his job quietly, but he is very popular and he is liked by our Honorable Prime Minister. He handles most of his programs. If there was a program of the Prime Minister, he would have not been here. Of all the people who do this MC's job, he is considered as one of the best, and we are very fortunate to have him here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhijit Halderji. And ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, let's conclude, in fact, this 2 days, Second Global Buddhist Summit with joy and happiness. And for that, I'm going to invite on a stage a cultural group from Ladakh.
Well, before we have the cultural group, there's a small memento for Janendraji from our side.
So we have a group from Ladakh, cultural group. We will be presenting a beautiful dance before you on the stage. You know, Buddhism reached in Ladakh from Kashmir as early as 1st and 2nd century AD. And today also it is deeply integrated into the daily life and culture of Ladakhi people. And you will find reflections of that tradition, values, ethics in every part of life in Ladakh. It may be music, it may be their personal life, it may be their education, social life, everywhere. So with this joy and happiness, with the music, with the dance of Ladakh, we will conclude this magnificent, beautiful, and meaningful summit of Second Global Buddhist Summit. So let's feel the vibrations of Ladakhi culture, Ladakhi music and dance, and take the message in the form of music and dance also, where we gather together to deliberate about the collective wisdom, united voice, and mutual coexistence. With this, we will conclude the summit. So, presenting before you a Ladakhi cultural dance from Ladakh. this, we come to the end of the second Global Buddhist Summit 2026. On behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, we express our deep gratitude to all the venerables, distinguished delegates, eminent scholars, for making this summit a great success with your presence, with your thoughts, your affection. Teachings of Buddha invite us not only to reflect, but to act, and together, through the light of Dhamma, may we inspire the transformation, nurture the peace, and shape a better world for the generations to come. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Let me have the privilege to invite for tea. And after the tea, all the foreign delegates will be leaving for a guided tour of the Holy Relic Exposition at the Qila Rai Pithora Cultural Complex, New Delhi. So please, that buses are lined up at hall number 14, near the hall number 14. So after the tea, you may be proceeding to the hall number 14, near hall number 14 for the buses. Now I will invite you, all of you, to have a cup of tea. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.